Okay, I think we're good. Let's get the volume going here. All right. And we could use a little ambiance. There we go. And before we dive into the Unreal stuff, I just need to play project manager for the Star Wars project for a couple minutes. And the Star Wars project is, it's going to be ongoing. I will be doing this for a long time. And then when I'm done working on the Star Wars project, I will always get to a stopping point, at least for the first 2 years. I will get to a stopping point because I'm my digital art. I'm basically waiting on my digital artist right now. And he's sick right now, the poor guy. And he messaged me and he said he wasn't too happy with the progress he's made, but I'm telling him hey, we're not anywhere near where we where we got deadlines or anything like that. We're still in the planning phase, and because of that, how do I link this? Where's the thing? How do you link? There's a feedback, edit. Is it in the edit menu? Customization? Really? That's weird. Okay, this is the one that's live. Let's go here. This is the one that's live. And there we are. I got my link in there. Copy. I'm just making a couple of posts. YouTube. Okay, so we got some project management stuff to do. So one of the things is over here. I need to make myself a reminder. And this will be ping Squeegee a reminder about fulfill it about his about doing your requested work. Okay. And what is that actually? Where is it's on hold maybe? No. It's this one. So we've got some concept art, and I need one eye to be blue and one eye to be green, and then I need the eyes to look the same. I don't like this one with the scars. Where's the base one? No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. This one looks really good. Maybe without the forehead part. I like the cybernetic kind of looking mask, and the eyes should be blue and green, and they should look the same across the two, because I want the eyes to be kind of very, very visually striking. It's what's it called? Heterochromia. So I want the character to be heterochromatic, and then when we see the character with the mask on, that'll be kind of distinctive. And then later on, when we see the character with the mask off, they're gonna go, "That's the guy." And I hemmed and hawed about it being monochromatic, heterochromatic, but I really want people to catch the detail, so we're gonna hit them over the head with it. We're gonna slap the audience in the face with the clues. Okay, with the visual clues anyway. So, did we? Yeah, I was talking about the squeegee Description, he asked for a reminder to complete your request concerning that ticket. Okay, so we got a reminder there, and then we're going to oops. And we need to compose a message to Fug because I know I'm supposed to be looking at like, hey Fug, I looked all over Discord and I can't seem to figure out the thing you need me to look at and so you can go forward to the next step. I'm sorry, must have lost it in the shuffle. Could you like it to me here, and I'll look at it. And I put it off, so I'll say I'll stop what I'm doing and look at it right away. I don't want to be the bottleneck. Also, I know you're sick, so take it easy. We aren't anywhere near the part of the project where we have to meet deadlines. He's got a kid on the way, so I don't think that's a secret now. Where you are right about creators with kids. I admire that. There are people out there that can, create and keep pushing things forward with a bunch of kids running around the house. All right. Let's put this thought here. Also, I know you're sick, so take it easy. We aren't anywhere near the part of the project where we have to meet deadlines. I know. I can't get much work done at the computer when I'm sick. I think to myself, I'm sick. I can at least sit down and do something on the computer. But I got that foggy brain, and my work output is 50% of what it normally is. And the quality. And the effect on quality is similar. Quality of the output. Similarly. Is that how you say it? Is that really how you spell it? No, I didn't spell it right. And the effect on quality of the output is similar. Whoops. I didn't want to chew that. That lozenge. And the effect on quality of the output is similar. So all that to say, rest up and don't feel bad about resting up. You'll get better and have a bunch of breakthroughs, I'm sure. Okay. So we just need to send that to Fug. He's been really... he messaged me yesterday, and I was like, okay, I'll look at it when I'm done live streaming, and then I didn't look at it. Now I can't find the thing I'm supposed to be looking at. So we're just sending him a message, apologizing that I put him off, and I should have just looked at looked at it right away. There's Fug. There we go. Okay. That's all set. Let's go back over here. Okay. Now, one thing that I think we can do. I feel like for the Unreal Engine stuff, I feel like we could use a different thumbnail. Let's get a thumbnail real quick. We can get a cool, easy one because I've learned some stuff in the graphics engine. I just basically want to pull something up and show the wireframe on it. How are we gonna do this? Let's go to Gork or Grok. What is the hotkey to show the basic wireframe of an actor in Unreal Engine 5? Alt 3 wireframe. Isn't there another one that shows the low poly version of a nanite object? There isn't a specific hotkey dedicated to the low poly version. Nanite mesh. Alt 3. Is it Alt 3? Let's actually hold on a sec. I need to know. I want to see if I've assimilated this knowledge. So this was from Content Examples. Which was it? It was probably... Let's go to Maps. VFX. It was Destruction. So it was here in Physics, I think. What's in sublevel? Oh, okay. Let's look at Physics Destruction. I think it was Physics Destruction. Okay. We got to hit play. There it is. Okay, so now we can move around. All right, so I think it was down here. That's the materials. Okay, I remember this part. And this is the thing. This is all this stuff. Here, look, see? You hit the button and it's showing you how the destruction physics work and the different configurations that you can do for the different types of effects you're looking for. Clustering and damage threshold. It's gonna be, we're gonna keep going. This is all really cool demo stuff. In fact, I need to make sure that this isn't a video whenever we start making videos about Unreal Engine 5. Embedding classic message. Here it is, it's over here. Okay. No. 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 Okay, I guess it was a different one. Where's the nanite stuff? I remember it being Niagara. What if we click here on maps and search for nanite? Geometry nanite, that's it. It's this one. Because we were learning about so the cool thing about one of the cool things about Unreal Engine is like they figure like back in the day, the more polygons that you had, the higher the polygon rate. So if you had low polygons, a sphere would look like a 20-sided dice, basically. It would have those flat edges, and then the more polygons, the smoother it gets. But the problem was that the more polygons, the more calculations and stuff that had to be done. Well, Unreal Engine 5 has figured out how to get around this with a thing called nanites. And a nanite basically allows you to have multiple high quality things with lots of polygons on the screen, and you don't eat up a bunch of resources. Okay, this is it right here. Nanite mesh. Okay, this is what we were looking at. The static mesh of nanite has been disabled and is a lower quality version that doesn't utilize the full topology of the original mesh. See, that's it right there. That's the static mesh, and that's the nanite mesh. So this is some really cool new tech that we have available to us. This is because you can put a lot of things on the screen and render them at the same time, means you could do hordes of things and not get a huge performance hit. So you could do hordes of undead or hordes of zombies or something like that. Okay, yeah, so all of the nanite stuff is with these colors, and the basic static message are black because it's a basic static mesh. And I guess the cool thing about the nanites is that you can also get, I don't know if this is the same as like the destruction physics. I don't really understand that much about it just yet. But this does look like similar. Well, I guess the destruction stuff, it was colored similarly to this, but not like this. Anyway, let's see where. Oh yeah, look, it doesn't even have to be like a geometric surface. Okay. Let's see here, Open Sesame. Oh, that's right. See, and then all of these things are moving, and there's no hit to performance. Like all of these things are what, like before you would need resources for every single one of these things to be rendered. Now you're using the resource. All of these things are right here are using the resources of like this. So let's get back over here and let's take a picture of this. Yeah, that looks good. Print screen. It definitely looks very widescreen. So this looks more like a thumbnail to me. All right, let's save this in the raw assets folder. And this is going to be Unreal Engine 5. Thumbnail. First layer. Okay. Let's make sure that I have a work item to work on that tomorrow on the calendar. Work on updating YouTube and Twitch. Short highlight video. I need to make another one. Short highlight video. So tomorrow, finish editing short highlight video of Unreal Engine 5 tutorial live stream. And then that is called Project Unreal Engine 5 First Tutorial Highlights. In DaVinci Resolve. Okay. So we got that, and now we can go open project, thumbnails, and we're going to import that picture we just took, that screenshot. Here we go. And let's pull it on down into here. All right, that's cool. Let's zoom it in a bit. There we go. And let's pull this up. There we go. And now, which font do we want? I like this font. So let's copy that. Okay, and then this is going to be Unreal Engine 5. I think we need the word learning in there too. Copy. Okay. I think that's fine. I think it needs to be a little bit bigger though. And I think the tracking can be... That's better. Actually, that does look really good. I want to see what the drop shadow looks like darker though. No, it stands out better with the white. Okay. So there we go. That's a thumbnail. And this will be Unreal Engine 5 learning live streams. Okay, and let's just add that thumbnail to the live stream really quick. Okay, I like it. Let me refresh. Okay. Okay, let's save. All set. All right, we got let's move this here. I guess we're just skipping breakfast. And I'll do that during lunch. Okay. That's all of our stuff. Let us go back over to this project over here. And let's pull up the tutorials. I want to take a look at this one. And we might go through this one again.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to create your first Unreal Engine 5 game. This video will cover everything that you will need. At the end of the tutorial, you will have a complete game with many features and mechanics, such as a player character, enemy AIs, a dash ability, coins to pick up, a map, and much more. If you are a beginner starting to learn Unreal, this video will be perfect for you. And just to give you an idea of who I am, I'm one of the top Unreal Engine instructors on YouTube, with one of the biggest Unreal Engine communities out there. I've created games that have tens of thousands of downloads and millions of views. For example, one of my games got over 3 million views in just one day. And iShowSpeed, the biggest streamer in the world with over 30 million followers, played it live on stream.
Chat, I heard this game is like one of the best games out right now. So
Okay, all right. Well, you're awesome. You are a good dude. I like you very much. I've already gone through some of your tutorials. And I am going to wait as long as I can before I end up giving you money. Download free resources. Oh, see, look at this guy. Okay. Oh, download the complete project. Okay. All right. Look. Okay. So I like this guy. Check it out. He gives you the free resources that you need to follow along with his tutorial. And if you want everything, you join his Patreon, but he doesn't like kneecap you and like, you have to join my Patreon. And then it's not like a catch-22. What I'm like, you join his Patreon and then you get the files to follow along with the tutorial. It's like, no, I posted this on YouTube. Here's the files you're going to need to follow along with. You know, get all of them or the completed project over on Patreon. So that's cool. So the question is, so this is like a new one. This kind of goes over a bunch of things. There's also another tutorial. I'm just debating on which one to go through. You don't want an Assassin's Creed-like game. So there's also this tutorial series.
What's up guys, welcome to new...
And he basically created an Assassin's Creed game Does a bunch of the. Now, I don't want to create an Assassin's Creed game, but there's plenty of mechanics and abilities in the inventory and character NPC behavior and all that kind of stuff that will be damn useful to learn how to use, so I can adapt it for the thing that I have in mind. I think what we're going to do, though, is because this is 2 years old, we will do the more recent one.
What's up?
And we will go back to that if needs be. This is the one from Blueprint for Beginners, Learn in 30 Minutes. This one was good because it had us basically make a flashlight. We made a very simple flashlight. It wasn't even like a flashlight model. It was just a cube that we elongated, and we stuck the light source to the end of it, and then we moved it and put it in the guy's hand, bound it to the hand bone, and there we go. We had we gave the guy a flashlight, and you could turn it on and turn it off. So I almost feel like I want to go through that one again. But let's leave it for now. Let's actually go through. Let's pick up and let's do this guy's tutorial right here. Because this is the most recent one, and download free resources used here. All right, let's check that out. Download free resources, content, get now, free. You using the mega tutorial, get now. Email, accept. Oh, you want to get me on a newsletter? I know who you are. Okay, I accept. Are you serious? Oh, he's got his own website. This is Gorka Games' website. He's got secure download here, view products. Download. Got it right here. Let's call this Gorka Games. Okay, let's open that up real quick. Oh, close. Let us extract. Go ahead and extract this. Oh, I was looking at old D&D manuals for inspiration. There we go. Let's rename that to Gorka Games. And since it's renamed, we'll move over the resources. I just want to see what's in here. There's sounds, animations, attack, textures. Okay. Couldn't load 3D model. FBX files are not supported by default. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so we unzipped all of that. Here we need to get out of this. Well, I guess we'll just load a new project as we follow along. Alright. I think, because I had a lot of coffee this morning, so I'm just going to get up and take a quick bio. And, oh, hey Zubs, what's your prediction on AI in the film industry? Do you think we will be getting AI-generated scenes, SFX in movies? Yeah, Zubs, sadly, one of the things that I'm trying to show with the Star Wars project is like, you know, because I think the problem is most people go up to AI and I hate the term AI because it's not an artificial intelligence. It's a large language. Most of them are large language models. But you go up to, you go up to an AI, and most people go up to the AI and say, make this for me. And it's like, no. Like I will say that, like, when we released the Star Wars video project, I will say that we made it with AI, but you should see how I use the AI. Like, I don't use the AI to come up with ideas. I don't use the AI to write things for me. I write it all down, but I use the AI as the editor. I mean, even Stephen King had an editor, right? So, I'll write down all my thoughts and organize it as best I can. And then when I'm on the second rough draft, I use it as the editor, so it'll clean all that up. It's good for like brainstorming things, because sometimes you're like, I need to come up with a name for a faction. Give me a list of 100 names that have these themes to it. And it's like sitting in a writer's room with 10 other people, and they're all like throwing ideas. So I don't have to sit. So with the large language model, I don't have to sit in a room with 10 other writers brainstorming stuff. I can do it all by myself right here. And it's not, the AI is not making the decisions. It's just throwing the things out there. And half the time it just gives me an idea or a concept that I take and then expand upon. And I think that's the way that we should be using AI. Unfortunately, people are, we should use it to enhance our work, or take out, there's a lot of, time saving things that the AI can do. Right. But instead of, focusing on, instead of using those time savings and then focusing on other things to increase the movie, they're just letting AI do everything. So I got a lot to say on the subject, and I want to, I'm going to keep going. And then as this project gets off the ground, and it's clear that we're on the path and it's becoming successful, I'll get up on my soapbox more often. I'll probably do a you're using AI wrong video. Anyway, but those are my thoughts on it. Yeah, we're going to see a bunch of, because I'm sure what the Hollywood gestalt is thinking is they're just gonna get these video models, and they're gonna add all of their content into the video model, and they're gonna add all of their scripts into the large language model, and then they're gonna say, make us something that was and they're gonna go, here's all the sales data, and here's what was popular, and then they're and they're gonna say, now use all of this data and make us something that's gonna sell, and it's gonna fucking suck. Because a machine that doesn't actually have any content, taste, or soul is cobbling it together from various pieces that are already there. It's not generating anything new. So, good question. Good question. Where were we? Oh, that's right. We get out of here. Okay, so we got that. Let's take I want to bookmark this dude's site. Let's go to the thing. Okay. Discord. Yeah, I like this guy. Let's bookmark his Gorka game. Okay. I will come back and browse this guy's website. What's he got? Patreon's updated. And then what'll happen is I'll join his Patreon when I get stuck, and then I'll have a community that I can ask questions of that will be helpful. I hope that answers your question, Zubs. Oh yeah. Okay, so we've decided to go through we can come back to that. Yeah, Zup. I mean, that's a fine line. And I, between, I mean, like I said, like this Star Wars project and the way I'm approaching it, I'm comfortable with saying that we made it with AI, right? But then there's also people that make it with AI, and the AI did damn near everything, and it didn't. It's not a single original thought. They just went, smash these things together, and add this to it, and then it clobbered things together. You know what I mean? Now I do the same thing. Like what's the expression? Like everything's derivative of something else. There's only like 5 story types in the whole world. So it's not like. It's not like humans do some of the similar things, but what's the difference? What's the difference between a human? I guess I don't know. The easiest way to explain it would be humans. You can tell that it was made with soul or heart. Like when I look at you, when you see at least when I see AI generated content, I know it's AI generated content because it has its own style and look to it. Or the fingers are wrong, right? Yeah, but that would be an interesting exercise. It's actually easy to describe the difference using kind of spiritual or metaphysical explanations, but basically trying to describe it on just a technical matter is just kind of I guess you have to do both. But it, I haven't seen any AI content that's really elicited like a strong emotional response too, because that's the first thing my brain looks at it. Oh, that's AI, and then I'm like, eh. Okay, content example. Okay, let's move this up here. I'm just keeping. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. First, go to tutorial. And then second. This is documentation as part of my process. It helps me assimilate the knowledge. It helps it organize for me, and then I know where to go to reference different things. Plus, it's a historical record of me learning this stuff. Started on 4/3/2025. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem with the like I haven't ever read something that like all of my there's some of my favorite authors. You get done reading a passage or a paragraph, or there's a sentence or a point in the story, and you just go like, you put the book down and you just, damn. You know what I mean? There's those your favorite authors. There's that point where you're reading the book, and then you just, right? I've never done that with AI. It's I can tell you what it has done. It's made me go, oh, okay, that kind of stuff. But it's all like I've only ever used it for ideas and brainstorming, and it's really great to bounce ideas off of. Yeah. I mean, one thing that I do like about the AI is, and that's where most of this world building stuff has come from. I like that I can just do a brain dump. I can just type and type and type and just do a stream of consciousness and all the ideas that are just running around in my head, and I can just fill up the prompt thing with 4,000 words of me rambling about all the crazy ideas going on in my head, and then I can say organize that shit, and it does, and that's where all this stuff came from. These are not solid names, but if I'm going to be making a game, I've had a couple of ideas about how to approach it. So one of the things that I don't want to give away too much information, because one of the things I want the game to be is kind of like you're exploring and learning about the world and the universe as you play the game. You don't want to give so much information that you know what's going on. That was one of the great things about Skyrim, was you started out that opening sequence. I mean, everybody hates it now, but that opening sequence, the first time you played it in Skyrim, and we're the prisoner and you're looking around and you're in the middle of the shit, like that was a great experience. And exploring the world and all that stuff, there was kind of a sense of wonder and exploration. So I'm making sure that the story and the world building is nice and robust, so we can have all that kind of stuff. All right, I guess here we go. I'll pause the ambience here, and we're gonna get into this guy's tutorial.
Let's see how it is, bro.
So trust me when I say you're about to learn from one of the best. It's going to be a very easy build to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is create a new Unreal Engine project. In this case, I am going to be using the latest version, which is 5.5, and I do...
Oh yes, see, that is the latest version. That is what we want. See, that's another reason why it was good. I mean, not that I'm anywhere near using all of the new bells and whistles that came out with 5.5, but at least, okay, so library. He said 5.5. Is there anything other than 5.5? What is that? 5.54? 5.5. It's 5.5. Yeah, 5.5. That's it right there. Okay. We can get rid of that. So we're going to launch 5.5. Launch. Okay, so we're going to click on games and then third person. And watch how easy this is too. It is stupid easy to, well, I guess we're going to build things from scratch, but it is stupid easy to set up a third-person game like really quick with some rudimentary controls. It is incredible how much this graphics engine, game engine already, because it's a graphics engine and a game engine and a physics engine, does for you. It's an amazing tool. It's a wonderful canvas. All right, let's see what he wants. Let's do.
I recommend that you use the same version as me or above. With that said, let's select the game section and the third person template. The third person template will be a great starting point for learning and creating our game, because it will already include a functional character movement. Then let's make sure that we have blueprint selected, and under type platform, let's select desktop. Quality preset will depend on your hardware. In this case, I am going to leave it on maximum, and then started content, we can leave this enabled because it will include some nice models that we can work with to start with. And then select a prior location and fill in the name. And
okay, so this is like a masterclass that he's posted on YouTube, so that's nice. Masterclass Gorka Games. Oh, it's too long. We'll just call it Masterclass Gorka. Unreal, it's in Unreal Projects. Okay, we want the starter content. It's third person, blueprint, desktop, maximum, create.
With that done, we can go ahead and hit create. And there we go. We have our new project created. So, as
Okay, what I should do is let me pull this let's pause that. Let me pull this all the way over here. And this way I can watch it over here, and now y'all can see what I'm doing over here, and because I'll be following along. All right, here we go. So this is we're familiar with this. In fact, watch the look. It's already set up. Look at this. There's already a skybox. Look, like we've already set up. This is the sandbox. They're like, hey, start a third person game. Like back 10 years ago, you couldn't do this. 10 years ago, this would have been a couple of weeks of work. Skybox and everything. That's crazy. All right. Okay, back to where we were. Got it.
you can see, there's a lot of buttons, a lot of icons, and a lot of stuff. So, let's go ahead and see how we can navigate through the Unreal Engine interface. So, as you can see, the main thing on our screen is our viewport, which renders our level. And on here, we can see the whole world. So, if we go ahead and hold the right mouse button on top of the viewport, we can go ahead and turn our camera. And on top of that, while holding the right mouse button, we can go ahead
I think I closed something. Hold on. Window. There it is. I had to put that back. I closed it for some reason. Okay. All right, that looks familiar. Sorry.
and start to move with the WASD keys. And just go ahead and move around like a drone, like if we were playing a game inside of Unreal. As simple as that. So remember, right mouse button and the WASD keys. Now in our viewport, we can also go ahead and select different actors. Now actors are objects, okay? And we can essentially go ahead and select this one, for example, and we have a nice outline and this icon over here. We can use these arrows to essentially go ahead and move this actor in our level. Now we are not limited to only movement, because up over here, as you can see in this section of the screen, we have a lot of different tools and parameters. So for example, we can switch into the rotation mode and this icon's changed. And now what I can do is rotate the object in this axis instead of going ahead and moving it. The same goes with the scaling. I can select this and change the scale of this object along this axis, as you can see. So on top of that, we can also go ahead and turn on snapping for the rotation, for our movement, and for the scaling, and also change the camera speed of our viewport. Cool, so now you can go ahead and move around in your level, and also go ahead and select different actors, move them around, and change their properties. So next up we have the outliner. The outliner is essentially the list of actors in your level. So whatever actor you want to find, it will be here if it's in your level. So for instance, let's say that you're trying to go ahead and access the player start. So you don't need to go into the viewport and start to look for the player start, which is here. You can simply go to outliner and search for player start, and there we go. You can go ahead and select this, okay? So it's very, very useful when dealing with bigger levels. And make sure that you have everything, of course, organized in folders, so it'll be even easier to find stuff. Next up we have the details panel. As you can see right now, it's empty. This is because it only displays the parameters of a selected object. So if I go ahead and select this actor, for example, as you can see, we have all of these parameters filled up with the location, rotation, and scale of this actor in this level, the static mesh model, the materials, and so on. So this is quite important. In this section over here, you can go ahead and change all about the object or actor that you have selected. So for example, the scale could also be changed from here. The static mesh could be, for example, this, and the material could be whatever else, right? So this is quite important when customizing your actors in the level. Next up, we have the content drawer or content browser. So as you can see, we have this big button on the bottom of the screen. If I click on this, this panel opens up. And this is essentially your library for this sprite. In this panel over here, you will find all of the assets that you have imported in this sprite. And of course, it will be organized in folders. So for example, if I wanted to find the character models, I could go to the characters folder, mannequins, meshes, and here we go. We have all of the characters. Now, one thing that I always like to do with the content browser is to click on dock in layout. If I click this, as you can see, this pops up, and now I can simply go ahead and drag this tab to the bottom of the screen, and there we go. It's always attached and ready to be used. And let me just make this a bit smaller, and boom. I always like to have it over here because I always are using this content browser to drag things to a level or create new items. So yes, when we right click, we can go ahead and create new assets. For example, a new blueprint, a new level, a new material, and so on.
This thing isn't on by default, but I added that like 3 tutorials ago.
On with a ton of different asset types. Now, how can we go ahead and drag new actors to our level? Well, we can go to, for example, level prototyping, meshes, and just drag one of these assets to the level. That's how easy it is. And now, of course, with the tools that I just showed, you can go ahead and start to move this around and change how it looks. Now, a quick tip about the content browser is to keep it very organized from the start. So make sure that you go ahead and split everything into different folders, and it's all very well laid out. That way it will be easy for you to go ahead and develop your game. But the skill of organizing your project will be acquired by just playing around with your game. So you will see how this process will be way easier as we go with the tutorial and overall developing your games. And last but not least, we have the play mode options. So if we hit this big green button, we enter in play mode. And if I just click on here, I enter in the play mode and I can go ahead and play my game. And as you can see, this is super cool, and I can just go ahead and move around and just push these cubes and just play my game. And then when I press escape, I quit and I'm back in my render mode. Now when you press play, you can also press F8 and you eject and therefore have your mouse, and you can go ahead and change stuff while you are in play mode. Just have in mind that if you change stuff while you are in play mode, when you stop playing, they will reset back to normal. So for example, if I got this cube and moved it to here, right, when I click this button to go back to my play mode, as you can see, it moved. But when I press escape, it goes back to normal. Alright, so there we go. Now you should be able to go ahead and move around your viewport, select actors, move them around, and change their properties. Like for example, the material, I could go ahead and put in this blue one. There we go. As you can see, super easy to customize things, right? But of course, it is time to begin creating our game for this tutorial. So if we press play, as you can see, we have this character movement, which works really cool. But the character right now is the default mannequin from Unreal Engine. So let's go ahead and import our custom model and custom animations. So what I am going to do is leave a link in the description where you can download all of the resources that we will be using in this tutorial. It will be a zip file, so simply unzip that file and then open up the folder and you can access all the models and everything. So in the content browser, let's open up the characters folder, and right over here, let's right click and create a new folder. And let's
so go into characters, new folder.
Call this villager and open up this new folder. So in here is where we're gonna go ahead and import the new model, animations, and textures. So let's open up the folder that I will leave in the resources and open up the player character folder. And as you can see, we have an FBX, which is essentially the player model. So simply select this and drag this to the content browser, And as you can see, a new window will pop up with all the configuration for the import. Now in this case, let's leave everything by default, so do not change anything.
Okay.
The only thing that we need to make sure is that under the common skeleton meshes and animations, import only animations is disabled and the skeleton is set to none. With that said,
Wait, hold on. Common skeletal message. Common is, he said unchecked. Yeah. Okay.
click on import, and boom. As you can see, we have the new characters.
There we
now
go.
we have some issues. This is because the textures did not import, as you can see. This is
Oh, let's look at that. So this is what it looks like when there's no oh, okay. There's no, we didn't import the textures yet. Okay. So we need, so we're going to learn how to add the textures to, the character mesh. I think mesh is the appropriate word. I'm still learning this terminology.
simply because we need to go ahead and import them separately. So let's go ahead and open up once again the folder, and as you can see, I also left the textures. So simply just drag them into the content browser, and there we go. We have a new folder with the two textures.
Wait, I think he just dragged the folder into the character folder. I just want to see him do it.
Folder, and as you can see, I also left the textures. So simply just drag them into the content.
Yeah, that's what he did. He went here, player character, and he grabbed the texture folder and he went plop. And now the textures are in there, and there are those two. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's the villager texture. All right, let's go back to villager.
Browser,
Learn me Unreal Engine, Gorka.
and there we go. We have a new folder with the two textures,
I love this guy's accent.
which is just great. So now the only thing left to do is to apply these textures to the materials that have been automatically created. So
Okay.
double click to open up Embody and start to apply this texture. Now, the material
Oh, that must be why once in a while it slows down on me. It's auto saving. That's probably why. Every now and then my computer stutters, and this computer should not ever stutter.
new editor in Unreal
All right, now hold on. What'd you do? Give me a sec. I'm sorry. Okay, you just double click. So you can do that. You can double click. Oh, okay. God, it looks weird. I don't know how artists do it. I guess you make the model and then you paint the stuff on top of the model, and this is just what it looks like when you spread it all out flat. People can't actually like draw this and then have it work on a model, can they? This is next level. If you could draw that and then throw it on a model and it looks normal.
which is just great. So now the only thing left to do is to apply these textures to the materials that have been automatically created.
Okay.
So let's double click to open.
Oh, see, look, so the body's got this black texture here, and that's why when we drop this dude in there, it's all black. So the body, all right, so let me guess, we're going to add the T villager texture to the body material.
Open up Embody.
Okay, so open up Embody. All right, here we go. Let's dock this up there. Okay.
And start to apply this texture. Now, the material editor in Unreal is really nice because it works with nodes. That means that any beginner can pretty much pick up the basics pretty fast.
Yeah.
So as you can see, we have this output node, and this will essentially go ahead and have the base color, the metallic, specular, roughness, and all the properties on how the material output will look. So in this case, we simply need to drag the texture to the base color, which is how it looks. So
Okay.
let's right click to add a new node and search for texture sample. And simply click on this.
Okay.
And as you can see, when we select this node, the details panel, as you might remember, fills in with all of the properties of what I'm selecting. And in this case, we can go ahead and select a texture. So let's go ahead and find the villager texture, which is going to be just simply T villager, the one with the colors. And then simply drag the RGB, which are all the colors, to the base color. And boom, if I apply and save, as you can see, villager now has all the color.
Okay, hold up. Apply. There we go. Save. I like how he says apply and save. You don't. I'm sure you don't have to hit save, but apply and save. Okay, so now if we move this dude, oh look, there we go. We did it. We got a little guy with he looked like a little villager. Look at that, we did it. I'm feeling proud of myself. It's the little things. You got to take the little wins when you got them. Let's see. You click over here. Look at all this. Now, why does his thing look like that?
To the base color, which is how it looks. So let's right click to add a new node and search for texture sample. And simply click on this. And as you can see, when we select this node, the details panel, as you might remember, fills in with all of the properties of what I'm selecting. And in this case, we can go ahead and select a texture. So let's go ahead and find the villager texture, which is going to be just simply T villager, the one with the colors. And then simply drag the RGB, which are all the colors, to the base color. And boom, if I apply and save, as you can see, villager now has all of the colors.
Oh, that's what he did. He double clicked on it. Not in there. He double clicked on it here. There, that's what I was looking for, because he was looking at this guy in this screen and I'm like, where are all these icons? Okay, so what is the name? Is this like the object inspector or something? It must be. Edit widgets. Okay. Generate polygroups, paint polygroups. Okay. This must be some sort of actor, inspector. I'll figure out the terms later.
Colors and everything like that, which is really cool. But we are missing.
Oh, okay. So he closes he's really fast sometimes. Not that I'm complaining that much. Okay.
One important step, which is to add also the specular, roughness, metallic, and all of this stuff to make sure that the material will behave correctly with lighting and so on. So this is pretty straightforward. We're gonna simply right click and add another texture sample. And for this texture sample, let's select the other texture that we have for the villager, which is MRSS, okay? And simply we can
wait. How did you do that?
And so on. So this is pretty straightforward. We're gonna simply
Oh, it's over here. It's over here. It's this mip map, right? Briefly explain mip maps to me. 3 paragraphs at most. High school level of tech writing. If I do college level, it'll be too technical. Bitmaps are a cool trick used in computer graphics, especially in video games, to make images look better and run smoother. Imagine you're playing a game and you see a textured wall up close. It looks sharp and detailed. Now, if you back away, the same wall doesn't need all those tiny details because your eyes can't see them anymore. Bitmaps are like pre-made, smaller versions of that texture scaled down in steps, like half the size, then a quarter, and so on. The computer swaps in these similar versions as you move farther away, so it doesn't waste time loading the full detailed image when you don't need it. The way bitmaps work is pretty simple. When a 3D object like a tree or a character is drawn on your scene, the graphics card figures out how far away it is and picks the right bitmap level. So up close, it uses the original high resolution texture. Far away, it grabs a lower resolution one. This is not only makes the game look smoother as things shrink to the distance, but it also stops weird flickering or jagged patterns. called aliasing. This can happen when a detailed texture gets squished down too fast without MIP maps. Why do we care? MIP maps save processing power, which is a big deal for keeping games fast and playable, especially on phones or older computers. Creating them takes a little extra work up front. Designers have to generate all those smaller versions, but once they're made, the graphics card handles the rest. So next time you're racing through a virtual world, think MIP maps for making it look good without slowing you down. Okay. We learning. We learning. Okay.
Please right click and add another texture sample. And for this texture sample, let's select the other texture that we have for the villager, which is MRSS. Okay? And simply we can connect the red output into the metallic and the green output to the roughness. And boom, that's it. Now the character will have more of a, as you can see, plasticky look, which is
Let's apply. There we go. Let's go ahead and save it. He's right.
really, really cool. And yes, this texture on these two channels contains the information for metallic and roughness. Now this is not the case for every texture that you will use in your game. Probably you will have different textures for each property, but in this case Unreal made it very efficient. And yes, by the way, I'm using a Unreal Engine pre-sample character, which is called Crop Out, okay, if you want to check that out. So boom, make sure to apply and save the texture, close this, and now we have our character, but of course it's not where we want it to be, right? We want to replace it with our mannequin. So let's go to the content folder and open up third person, blueprints, and boom, we have want it to be, right? We want to replace it with our mannequin. So let's go to the content folder and open up third person, blueprints, and boom, we have this third person character blueprint. Now, blueprints in Unreal mean two different things. The first one are the actual nodes, which you might know as blueprints, okay, which are the code and all the logic. But we also have blueprint classes. In this case, the third person character blueprint is indeed a blueprint class. So double click to open this up, and when we open this up, we have the event graph tab, which is essentially what you might know as blueprints, which are, you know, the nodes and so on. But additionally, we also have the viewport tab with a lot of components, and as you can see, a mesh, a camera, and so on. So blueprint classes can also contain, you know, components apart from directly nodes and logic. So make sure that you know the difference about the two, okay? So in this case, if we go to the viewport, we can simply select the mesh component in
Let's get a little bit more of an explanation on that. Briefly explain to me the difference between, what do we got? Let's move that up there. A blueprint class and a normal blueprint. Between blueprint class and blueprint in Unreal Engine 5. Three paragraphs. They're closely related but have distinct meanings that are important to understand. I know, that's why I'm asking the question. A blueprint is a general term referring to the visual scripting system in Unreal Engine 5 that allows you to create gameplay elements without writing additional code. And we got that. Think of blueprints as a broader framework or environment where you build and customize things visually, whether it's a character level or a simple function. It's the system that makes Unreal Engine 5 accessible to non-programmers while still being robust for developers. That's right, because I don't know how to code Not yet anyway, but we're going to learn. A blueprint class, on the other hand, is a specific type of asset you create within the blueprint system. It's essentially a custom class or template that defines a new type of object, like an actor, with its own variables, functions, and behaviors. So it's a container for all of multiple blueprints, basically. When you make a blueprint class, you're starting with a parent class, like an actor, a pawn, or a character, and then adding your own logic and components to it as a blueprint editor. For example, you might create a blueprint class called enemy based on the actor class, given it health, movement, logic, and attack function. Once created, you can place instances of the blueprint into your game world, and they'll follow all the rules you set up in the class. Perfect. So it is exactly that. The class difference boils down to scope. Blueprint is the overall visual scripting system, while a blueprint class is a specific reusable object type that you craft within that system. Think of blueprint as the toolbox and blueprint class as one of the tools you build with it. You have many blueprint classes like player, enemy, or weapon, all made using the blueprint system while serving a unique purpose in your game. This distinction helps keep things organized. Blueprint is the method, and blueprint class is the result you use in your levels. Let's copy this part. That is very succinct. And let's just say notes. And I like that. We're gonna okay, that's very helpful.
This blueprint, and as you can see, we have a details panel. So we scroll down, we can see the skeletal mesh asset, and we can simply change this to be our villager.
Get out. Okay, here we go.
And boom, things break. Why?
Boom, it
this is
broke.
because it's using other animations for the other skeleton. So
Where is he? Where is he? Animation up there, okay.
yes, the mannequin and this villager uses different skeletons, okay, which is how the character is built and rigged for animations. So simply in the anim class, click on the X, and if you compile, this thing will go back.
And he said compile. Okay, perfect.
To normal. Now we will see what an anim class is in a second. But now when I press play, as you can see, we are just gonna walk.
Oh, we're gonna try that. Let's try it. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, we can. No, there's no jump animation. There we go. We're flying. Okay. All right. That's fun. That's fun. Okay.
Walking around with our new character, which is cool, but of course the animations are still not there. So now it is time to add our animations.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and find the animations once again in the resources folder. As you can see, under player character we have animations, and we have a bunch of different animations. So before we go ahead and drag them into our project, let's go ahead and once again create a new folder. So under characters, let's open up villager, and right over here let's right click and create a new folder. Let's call this animations. And now, yes, inside of this new folder, we can go ahead and select all of the animations and drag them in. So make sure that you leave everything by default.
Did he drag that attack folder as well? Okay, there is not an 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so just these.
All of the animations and drag them in. So make sure that you leave everything by default except two different fields, which is to import only animations, and then the skeleton, this very important, make sure that you select the villager.
There we go.
That way it will know on what skeleton to import the animations. And with that done, we can click on import, and boom, we have all of the cool animations. And if I go ahead and double click to open them up, you can see that it worked perfectly fine.
Oh, okay, look at that. Okay. That's a good walk. Okay. All right. We're learning. We're learning some things.
Which is really cool. Alright, so now that we have all the animations that we need imported in our plate, it is time to use them in our player movement. So, first of all, let's go ahead and select this skeleton mesh that we added earlier for testing the materials and delete it, because we don't need that anymore. We go ahead and spawn our player when we press play. And now
that's right, because now it's this guy. Oh, no, wait a minute.
Yes, it's time to create our first animation asset. So, inside of the animation section, let's right click and go inside of the animation section, and right over here, as you can see, we have a bunch of assets that we can create from. In this case, we want to create a blend space.
Hold on, let's just take a moment. Aim offset, animation blueprint, animation composite, animation layer interface, animation montage, blend space allows you to use multiple animations to be blended between based on input parameters. Okay, so that's like, you probably use blend when you like are running forward and then you start running the other direction. There's mirror data table, pose assist, variable frame stripping settings. Well, I don't know what that is. All right, well, all right, so we got all this stuff.
Now you see that we have a blend space over here, but there's actually a simpler version which will be way easier to start with. So if we scroll down to legacy, we can find blend space 1D. Select this, and now over here we need to pick the skeleton.
Animation, hold on.
Which in this case to start with. So if we scroll down to legacy, we can
to legacy. So we go here, animation, legacy. What's he want?
find blend space 1D. Select this, and over here we need to pick the skeleton, which in this case, as you might know, we're gonna be using skeleton mesh of villager. Select this and rename this to be something as villager underscore blend space 1D, and open this up. There we go. So, what is a blend space? Well, a blend space is an animation asset that will enable us to transition between different animations depending on the player's speed. So, if we are not moving, therefore our speed is 0, we will play an idle animation. But if we are moving, therefore our speed is greater than 0, we can play a walking animation or even a running animation, depending on our speed values. And this is all controlled in this timeline across this horizontal axis, and that's why we chose the one directional approach, because it only contains one axis, not two, which will include a vertical axis, which is, complicated things, but that we don't need right now. Okay, so in the asset details, we need to configure this horizontal axis with the values that we want to have. In this case, the name of this axis will be speed, as that's the parameter that we want to control in the blend space. Now for the minimum, this will be 0, and then for the maximum, well, it will be the maximum speed. Now how do we find out what's the maximum speed of our character? Well, we can simply go back to the content browser, go to content, third person, blueprints, and open up our third person character blueprint. And right on the component section, if we scroll down, we can see a character movement component. And if we select this in the details panel, we can scroll down and find this value, which is max walk speed, and it's set to 500. So our speed will be 500 for a maximum value of this axis. And that's it. This timeline will now go from 0 to 500. So this means that now in the asset browser, I can find all of the animations for our player. So we can drag the idle and put this idle in place. Right now, this idle is with the speed of 177. Well, that's not correct. We want to play the idle animation when the speed is 0. So I can simply drag this all to the left to where the speed is 0, as you can see. And now I can get the walk animation and put this to the end where the speed is 500. And now if I hold left control over this timeline and move my mouse around, you can see that as the speed increases, we transition into the walking. And it's super cool, as you can see, and we will get a very smooth transition. It's going to be very easy to play around with. So with that said, we can save, close, and go back to our animations folder. Alright, cool. So now how can we go ahead and use this blend space in our character? Well, for that we need to go ahead and create an animation blueprint. So yes, there's also
we got to go back to content, characters, villager animations. There it is. Okay.
Blueprints for animations. So in this folder, let's right click, go to animation, and create a new animation blueprint. And here once again we need to find a specific skeleton, which will be our villager. Hit create, and let's name this ABP_villager. And boom. So let's double click to open up this new animation blueprint, and boom, we find ourselves with the anim graph. Now once again, animations in Unreal are super cool because are done with nodes, which is really nice for all types of developers. So in this case, as you can see, we have this graph over here with a node, and this is the output pose. This means that whatever is fed into this node will be what is displayed in our character animation, right? So if I was to literally just go in the asset browser and drag the walk animation and plug this in, if I compile and use this, we will only see the walk animation. Now it stopped because this node is not set to loop, but if I was to set this to loop in the details panel, it will continuously walk. And I mean, this could technically work, right? We will literally just have a looping walking animation, and that will be our output pose. And then we could use this in the third person, but of course we are going to use our blend space. But before we use our blend space, let's see how we can apply this animation blueprint to our character blueprint, because right now it still doesn't go. Go ahead and work. So let's go to content, third person, blueprints, and open up our third person character blueprint. And if we go to the viewport and select our mesh, we can see the anim class, and this is what we previously deleted with the X over here. But now of course we need to go ahead and apply the ABP villager, which has the correct animations and skeleton mesh for this character. And now boom, as you can see, we have exactly the same animation that we're feeding into this output pose.
That was fast.
As you can see,
oh, he goes here.
And skeleton mesh for this character. And now boom, as you can see,
so hit compile, and that changed over here because I delete this stuff. Okay. Okay, let's watch that again.
it will continuously walk. And I mean, this could
Did he delete this? This is the question.
work, right? We will literally just have a looping walking animation, and that will be our output pose. And then we could use this in the third person, but of course we are going to use our blend space. But before we use our blend space, let's see how we can apply this animation blueprint to our character blueprint, because right now it still doesn't.
Okay, so he left that there, so that's my bad. So let's move this here, and he took walk sequence and put it right there. Compile. There we go. Oh, and we gotta hit loop. Okay, there we go.
Go ahead and work. So let's go to content, third person, blueprints, and open up our third person character blueprint. And if we go to the viewport and select our mesh, we can see the NM class. And this is
Viewport. Animation.
what we previously deleted with the X over here. But now, of course, we need to go ahead and apply the AVP villager, which has the correct animations and skeleton mesh for this character. And now, boom, as you can see, we have exactly the same animation that we're feeding into this output pose. And if I
Okay.
press play, we have the walk animation. Now it looks very bad because, well, when we are not moving, this animation is still playing. So
Yeah.
this is where we go ahead and need to link the blend space. Delete this node and drag the blend space into here. And now if we plug this here, boom, we are using the blend space, right? So this is our value of speed. Right now it's set to 0, therefore the character is not moving. But if I was to set this to 500
Wait.
and compile, we need to go ahead and apply the AVP villager, which has the correct animations and skeleton mesh for this character. And now, boom, as you can see, we have exactly the same animation that we're feeding into this output pose. And if I press play, we have the walk animation. Now it looks very bad because, well, when we are not moving, this animation is still playing. So this is where we go ahead and need to link the blend space. Delete this node and drag the blend space into here. And now if we plug this here, boom, we are using the blend space, right? So this is our value of speed. Right now it's set to 0, therefore the character is not moving. But if I was to set this to 500 and compile, boom, this goes ahead and moves. So this is working just fine. I mean, if I set this to 0 and press play, we are playing the animation. But we still need to connect the speed parameter over here with our actual velocity in game. So how can we do this? Well, through variables. So let's right click on this value and promote this into a new variable. And let's go ahead and name this speed, lowercase, and connect this. And there we go. So now,
Wait. How do you read? What?
boom, we are using the blend space, right? So this is our value of speed. Right now it's set to 0, therefore the character is not moving. But if I was to set this to 500 and compile, boom, this goes ahead and moves. So this is working just fine. I mean, if I set this to 0 and press play, we are playing the animation. But we still need to connect the speed parameter over here with our actual velocity in game. So how can we do this? Well, through variables. So let's right click on this value and promote this into a new variable. And let's go ahead and name this speed,
Okay, so we just name it then. So we're here, right click, promote to variable. Okay. All right, now what?
lowercase, and connect this.
How do I click on this? Detail. Oh, here we go. That's how he did it.
And there we go. So now this value will be fed from this variable, okay? And if you don't know, a variable is simply a named data item, okay? So for example, this variable could contain whatever type of number, okay? And this will be fed into the speed, okay? So a float is a variable type, and a float is simply numbers with decimals, okay? So we can be super accurate with our speed. We will check out variables a bit later on when we go into the blueprints and so on, right? But
Okay.
in this case, let's go to the event graph. Now these are actually blueprints, okay? So blueprints are not, again, only in certain blueprint classes like our player character. They will always be available, in, for example, animation blueprints and so on. So they're used a lot through different types of assets. So in this case, what we need to do is in real time while we play the game, get our current speed of the player and feed this into this variable so the blank space will update and then the output pose will match the one that we want, if that makes sense.
It does.
So the only thing we need to do right now is just update this variable with the current speed of the player.
Yep.
And we can do this, as I just mentioned, in the event graph, where we
Okay.
can actually run blueprints. So right now we have two different nodes. We have the event blueprint update animation and the try get pawn honor. So basically this node is the update, and this will run every single frame. Okay, so every frame, so I mentioned that we are running at 60 frames per second, it will be executing the following code. Therefore, it will mean that this will be constantly looping and checking for some data. In this case, we can go ahead and use this to constantly, in a loop, update this variable with our player's movement. And then we have the try get pawn owner. This node essentially gets the owner of this animation blueprint. So for example, in our third person character blueprint, if we select our mesh, you can see that the anim class is villager. In this case, the owner
Okay.
of this anim class is this blueprint. So we will be getting the owner. And that's super cool. Why? Well, because this is a pawn. A pawn on Unreal essentially is something that can move. Therefore,
Okay.
we have the property of velocity. So this means that I can go into the ABP villager, drag and say get velocity, and get this velocity over here.
Okay. So we go here. And you drag that there. And this is get velocity. Target is actor. Good.
As you can see. And literally with that, I can go ahead and plug this into my variable. But we have a single issue. This is a vector and our variable is a float. So there are different variable types. There's a quick note to fix this. We can just use the vector length. And it will convert this velocity into a float, which will be essentially the speed. So then I can just drag this and we have two options. We can get the variable
How do you know that? Why?
or set the variable. In this case, we
How do you know all this?
drag this and we have two options. We can get the variable or set the variable. In this case, we want to update the
What?
we can just use the vector length, and it will convert this velocity into a float, which will be essentially the speed. So then I can just drag
Where the freak did you learn that?
this and we have two options. We can get the variable or set the variable. In this,
How did he do that? Is he dragging that? Let me see.
will convert this velocity into a float, which will be essentially the speed. So then I can just drag this and we
Okay, yeah, see, he's really cooking, and you gotta... Why are there two? No. Okay, there's only one. That's the one that's in use. Okay, got it. And this is speed. Okay, cool. So he drags this over here. There, that's what we're looking for.
have two options. We can get the variable or set the variable. In this case, we want to update the variable, so set will be the one that you want to select. And then we can plug the update to the set and then drag the return value of our velocity to our speed. And now when I compile, press play, as you can see, every frame this is being called, and therefore we're getting the owner's speed, so the third person catches, velocity, converting this into a nice float and putting this into the speed. Now, if you didn't understand really the workflow of this, don't worry, because we will kind of just go more in depth in blueprint nodes when we go into the AI and so on, which will be right.
Okay, he's just exposing us to it at this point. We're gonna go into this stuff, and I don't have a fucking clue what we just did. I have no idea. I don't understand why we've got to get a velocity, and then there's a different variable, and then you use vector length to convert a, what function is that? To convert a vector length to convert vector to a float. And oh my god, I'm not.
Right after this, okay? But now what you just need to know is that boom, we have this length.
As that
and
should
we
work.
can go ahead and move around.
Yay!
And when we are not moving,
It
the
works.
speed is 0. Therefore, in our blank space, we play the auto animation. But when we move, we have a different type of speed. Therefore, we go ahead and move, which is really, really cool.
All right,
so there we go. Now this is cool, but right.
Okay, so now I know I can at least import characters and add animations to those characters and move them around. So we'll apply that later. Let's make a note of that actually. So let's go here and then note the first 27 minutes 06, the first 6 minutes basically shows you how to import character mesh and animations and bind them to the third person player character pawn. And that is using the terminology there.
Right now, this.
Let's copy this right here. Okay, just link into it right there. Okay, so now I know I can come back here and watch this tutorial up to the 27-minute mark, and that will walk me through importing characters. And that could come in handy because there's a lot of cool placeholder stuff up on the marketplace that's for free, that you can use for free if you're not shipping thousands of units of your game, which we don't even have a game yet, so it's free.
Moment,
here we go.
We are slightly limited because if we press play and jump, as you can see, we are not really playing a jump animation.
Oh, let's take a look at that. Yeah, he's kind of walking. He's walking in the air. It kind of looks like. Let's see if he breaks stride. Oh yeah, see. He doesn't break stride. If you go, it's just he's just getting up. You know, there's no jump animation. It looks passable. It's passable, but yeah, there could be. This is very early 2000s animation right here. We gotta add that jump animation. All right, let's get out of there. You know what? Let's take 5. Let's do a quick buy. I've had like 3 cups of coffee this morning, and we've been sitting here for an hour or 2 at this point. How long we been here? Almost 2 hours. All right, cool. Let's take 5, y'all, and we'll be back and get some more of this tutorial done. It'll take about 5 minutes. Let's start that. And I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, resume. Hey, Chill Toaster. Did you just did I miss you on the break? What's going on? We got a black screen. There we go. And we're back. Okay. All right. All right, we're learning. We got so far we basically imported this guy and then we bound all the meshes together, the animations together, and then we set up the programming for the walking animation, and we had to bind the walking animation to a speed variable because, and that's what this is. And I don't understand what we just did. I mean, I know what we did, but I don't understand what we did. So this is, you see velocity, and then we had to convert that to an integer, to the speed integer, because speed is an integer. The speed value is an integer. And we basically tied the speed to the animation in this. Oh God, I don't remember how to get back to it right now. But we blended the idle animation and the walk animation in its own window, and based on your as you speed up to the maximum speed value, it goes further more into that animation. So instead of like the legs move slower, you don't go from, so you can do just a little bit of moving here and you're not taking like full steps, but if you and then it actually stops and plays the idle animation when we're not moving again. So we had to program all that, because if we didn't, earlier we put the walking animation on there and he would be walking in place all the time. So we learned how to, control that. So now I basically know how to, I have a tutorial that I can continue to follow along with, that I can basically import characters and animations and get those characters to use those animations in this engine. So that means that we now have all the placeholder characters that we need. We'll later on we'll create our own characters and all that kind of stuff, but right now we can just go get the free stuff off the store, throw it in whatever with the game that we're trying to build, throw it in there as a placeholder, and then go move on. So this is good information to have. It's gonna come into play. We're just getting exposed to some of this basically coding without code. That's what the blueprints do, and this is the basically the editor for what's called the blueprint class, and a blueprint class is one object with a bunch of other things. So this is the actor, the skeletal mesh, the animations, the textures, all together in this one thing. And the more I do this, the more I will learn. But very, very much a beginner, little overwhelmed. I really wish I understood this stuff better. But he said that we were just getting exposed to it, and we'll go into this in more detail. Like, I don't get how he knew how to get velocity and then do a vector length and then what? I don't know. Are you some math whiz? I'm not a math whiz. I'm really bad at math. Okay. There we go.
It's just kind of bugging out. This is because our speed is increasing, but not in...
Okay, so what we're doing right now is, I noticed right before we took the bio break, when we jump, but that's not a jump animation, that's basically the walk animation, but instead of covering the distance of going horizontal, it's covering the vertical distance and playing what little of that animation. See, because it's like he's almost walking, but because he comes, actually, I bet if we fell from a higher spot, he would just be walking. Oh, no, hold on. So if I just jump and fall off, he'll take a couple of steps. Yeah, see? So we're gonna fix that. We're gonna get the jump animation to play instead of the walk
in the
animation.
correct way, because of course we are flying, right? We're falling, and we don't want to kind of play the walk animation even though our speed is higher, because we are just falling, right? We want to play the jumping animation. So how can we do this? Well, creating multiple states.
Hey, Noob Fever.
So let's go back to our characters folder, villager, animations, and open up ABP villager. And right over here we can go to the NM graph. So in the NM graph is where we basically, you know, play.
What? Oh, okay. Oh man, God, there's a lot going on.
Place of the animation nodes, and in the event graph is where we go ahead and get all the logic to fill in into this animation graphs, as you might have discovered already, right?
Okay.
So
I get it.
to do right now is go ahead and create different states. So we will have a state of, you know, on the ground, which will be like walking and idle, which is this space, and then we will have another state of jumping, and then we're gonna have another state of, you know, falling, and then another state of landing, right?
Yeah, because we got just the one state, so we need falling, jumping, landing. Makes sense. And then later on, we will have dodging and dashing and blinking and yeah.
So this is exactly what we need to do. So how can we cheat this? Well, we can just right click on this graph and type state machine, and we can create a new state machine. So let's go ahead and click this and rename this to be something as locomotion, because this will be essentially the locomotion of our character, right? The movement.
Slow down, Speedy. Hold on now. Hold on. Just state machine. So right click, state, space, machine. Okay. What the hell is a state
We
machine?
can create a new state machine. So let's go ahead and click this and rename this to be something as locomotion.
Hold on. Let's undo. Event graph. Oh man. Fuck. I don't, I closed something and I don't know how to get back to it. It's not this. What, let me just, okay, so it is this thing. So let's just open it back up. Let's close this. Let's open this back up. Okay, where's the Annie graph? There we go. I was looking for this, and I had closed this. I did not mean to close this, and all right. So let's go back. So state machine. Okay, now the problem was I didn't name this what I wanted to name it, and we're calling it locomotion. And then it created it and just opened it up. I didn't know what to do.
Because this will be essentially the locomotion of our character, right? The movement. Okay. So let's go ahead and connect this to result and just move this apart and compile. Now you will notice that we have a warning and our character lost the cool animation that he was having. This because we are now fitting the output post with this state machine, which is essentially empty. So let's double click to open up this state machine, and let's go ahead and start to add some states. So from the entry point, we can create a new state and rename this to something as idle and walking. And now we have a new state, which will be by default as is connected to the entry point, and it will simply contain the idle and walking animations. Now, right now, of course, still there's nothing inside of this, walking node. So if I double click, I can open up this new state. Now we can put something once again into an output node. In this case, we want to drag our animation blend space. So in the asset browser, we can drag this, connect this to the result, and boom, we're good to go. We just need to, plug in the speed variable as we did before. We just need to, plug in the speed variable as we did before.
He's so fast sometimes. Oh, he did. All right, here, get speed, click here, drag there. Okay.
And that's it. Compile, save, and we're back to normal. This is
All right, hold on. Compile, save. All right, there's the idle.
because in our locomotion
And then that's the blend space. Okay.
state machine, we have an initial state, which is the item walking, and this contains our blend space. So now in here we can delete these two nodes, and we have
Oh, it's a all I had to do was click back over here. It's a folder structure thing. And he deleted this because now it's contained in there. Okay, I know this is really good info because it looks like you can very easily, once you know what you're doing, you can very easily build and organize a bunch of different animations for a specific actor. Like the player character could have, hundreds of animations if you took the time to do it. You could have an animation for taking a torch off the wall, an animation for put one back, an animation for dropping the torch, an animation for throwing the torch, an animation for holding the torch lower, all these different things. You can have it all contained and nice and organized in these blends. Well, I guess a blend space, but we're event graphs, basically, these event graphs. So I'm getting exposed to these things for the first time, and I'm kind of confused. I'm happy that we're making progress, and I'm glad I'm getting exposed to this stuff. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So if you're lost, don't worry, I'm lost too. But I am confident that we're learning things. I do feel like I'm slowly wrapping my head around this, and the more I use this, the more familiar I become with the application, the quicker I'll get. I mean, I remember what it was like when I first started using DaVinci Resolve, because I had used Vegas as a video editor for damn near a decade and a half, and then making the switch. But oh my gosh, it was like trying to switch from using Windows Paint to using Photoshop. And but now I'm pretty proficient in DaVinci Resolve, so we'll get a hang of doing all this. Yeah, so far, I mean, all of the system is simple, and it's built that way for people like me who don't know how to code. So we'll learn as much as we can this way, and then we'll run into something I need to learn how to code to get it to work, and then that's when we'll start picking that up. But right now this is all about building a proof of concept, basically. I just need to build a proof of concept to show people, like, look, this is possible. Yeah.
have a fully working state machine, but of course this will still not fix our problem of jumping because we haven't set up the other states for jumping. So if we double click to open up once again the locomotion state machine, we can start to create new states. So let's right click and add a new state, and let's call this jump. So right in this new state, let's double click and drag the jump animation and connect this. Compile save and go back to the locomotion state machine. So now we have a new state with our jumping animation. So how do we go from here to here? Well, we can simply connect the states. So if we go ahead and hover over the border of this state, we can drag and create a transition. So now we can connect this to this other state, and boom, we have a nice transition. Now we need a rule for this transition to happen. As you can see, it's identified by this little icon. So if I double click on this, we can enter into a Boolean result. Booleans in Unreal are basically true or false. Well, in Unreal or any programming language, really, right? So if something is true, we will transition from item walking to the jump state. So how do we go ahead and set up this transition, and what do we specifically put on this? Well, it will simply be if the character is not on the ground, aka is falling. And our character movement component does have that value. So if I go to the event graph, as you can see, we are getting the owner, right? So it's our character, getting the velocity, length, and putting this to the speed. So we need to do exactly the same thing, but for our characters if it's on ground or falling. And we do have a variable for this. Now you will see that if we drag from here and say, okay, get falling or whatever, we will not get anything. This is because we need to get this specific class, because right now this is simply a generic pawn. Okay, now a pawn is basically a character in Unreal that can move, but it doesn't know what type of pawns, because this could be another blueprint. This could be like a empty blueprint of character that doesn't contain any logic. So how do we know that is the villager blueprint, and how do we access all of the logic? Well, we can do one thing, which is to cast. Okay, so right over here, let's add a begin play blueprint event. So when the game starts, we will go ahead and do something. In this case, we want to copy and paste this node, and from here do a cast to third.
Okay, that's it. Okay, and what else did he do? Hold on. Wow, dude.
Exactly the same thing, but for our characters if it's on ground or falling. And we do have a variable for this. Now you will see that if we drag from here and say, okay, get falling or whatever, we will not get anything. This is because we need to get this specific class, because right now this is simply a generic pawn. Okay, now a pawn is basically a character in Unreal that can move, but it doesn't know what type of pawns, because this could be another blueprint. This could be like a empty blueprint of character that doesn't contain any logic. So how do we know that is the villager blueprint, and how do we access all of the logic? Well, we can do one thing, which is to cast. Okay, so right over here, let's add a begin play blueprint event. So when the game starts, we will go ahead and do something. In this case, we want to copy and paste this node, and from here do a cast to third person character blueprint, and boom. So what does this cast node does? Well, we simply access the specific class. Right now, the owner could be anything, because right now this mesh has the enemy class.
Oh, so this is the logic that tells it what this generic thing is supposed to be using. Okay.
But the enemy blueprint doesn't know what specific class it is. It just knows that it's on something. So in order to find out if we are in a third person character, we need to use this cast node. If we cast, we can now get all the properties. Therefore, we can save this cast into a variable, and this will be simply the character BP.
To what?
Into a variable, and this will be simply the character BP.
What?
Into a variable, and this will be simply the
Okay, that's what I got. Oh, and he's down here. He's clicking here.
character properties. Therefore, we can save this cast into a variable, and this will be simply the character BP. So now we have the whole character blueprint in a nice variable that we can call at any time. And this character blueprint contains all of this information. So back over here, I can drag character BP and get the movement component. If I scroll down, we can find it over here. This movement component. If I scroll down, we can find it over here.
Yup.
This movement component is essentially this component, and it contains all these options.
This stuff.
Right? So over here I can say falling, and there we go, we have a movement variable which is falling. So make sure to not select the one of nav mesh, but to select the one of movement, and boom, we have a nice boolean. Select the one of nav mesh, but to select the
Movement
one of movement.
is falling. Got it.
And boom, we have a nice boolean. Therefore, we can right click, promote this to a variable, and this will be is falling question mark because it's a boolean. Drag this here, and there we go. Nice and simple.
Okay, that it makes sense that that would be a question mark because it's a true or false. And then you do set to here. Okay.
So now in the update, we are also checking if the player is falling or not. So we can play the jumping animation, the falling loop, and the landing, and all of this kind of stuff, right? Now, this is only accessible through the character's variable, not through the try get pawn owner, because, well, our character's variable is a direct reference to our third-person character class with all the components, okay?
Okay.
So, cool. With that done, it is time to go ahead and make sure that we can transition. So back in our...
This stuff up here basically says only use this for the third-person character blueprint class.
transition, we can simply get is falling and plug
Now, what did you do?
transition. So back in our transition,
Oh, we're going back to idle and walking.
we can simply get is falling and plug it in. So now, if we are falling, it will play the jumping animation. So if I go ahead and
Wait, is falling or get falling?
so back in our transition, we can simply get is falling and plug it in. So now if we are falling, it will play the jumping animation. So if I go ahead and jump, boom, we
Okay, so compile, save. Alright, here goes nothing. Are we gonna see falling or walking? That's falling. Oh, he did not land! There has been no landing. Oh, why is this? We need to hit we didn't loop something. We didn't Alright, well let's continue the tutorial and see. We need like a return to some state or something there. Oh no. What's happening? Blueprint error. Access none. Trying to read property blueprint. Oh no. Huh. Alright. Okay, we error out. Alright, well let's continue on with the tutorial. Maybe that's intentional.
play the jumping animation, but of course when it ends or we reach the ground, it doesn't go back to our transition. This is because we don't have a back transition.
Okay, so we have to go back to here. Locomotion. This is the play. All right.
But of course, we don't want a back transition just like that. We want to be able to play a landing animation and
How do you know how to do all this stuff?
more stuff, right? So we have the jump state, but now just when we finish up jumping, we want to transition into another state. So let's add a new state, and this new state will be the
How did you do that? Oh, that's right. You click over here. Add state. We're going to call it falling, I'm sure. Okay.
falling loop, alright?
Ah, that's right, because it's got to be a loop, because that way it doesn't stop. So where's the rename button? Falling loop.
Boom. There we go. Why are we adding a falling loop? Well, I mean, in here the ground is pretty close, but imagine that I climbed it up here and I jumped. As soon as the animation of jumping finishes on mid-air, so imagine that the animation ends over here, I will go back to the idling on mid-air, right? I only want to do so when I'm on the ground. That's why we want to enter in this new state, drag fall loop, connect this over here, and make sure to select the fall loop, and on the details panel enable loop animation.
There we go.
That way this animation will loop, and it's important, right? Because we don't know how much time we're gonna be falling. And then we want to add one last state, which is gonna be the land.
Wait. Whoa. Whoa. I'm learning. Another state. Land. Okay.
And now if we double click on this state, we can drag the land animation
Okay.
and connect this over here.
Okay.
And of course, we don't want any looping or anything like that, okay?
Right. No
Because
looping.
this is just a one-time animation.
Right.
So once we jump, we immediately want to go to the falling loop without any condition.
Okay.
We can go ahead and just go ahead and enable the automatic rule based on sequence, so
Automatic rule based on sequence right there.
that once we finish playing the jump animation, we directly go to the falling loop, okay?
Okay.
Now to go from falling to landing, we need to do one thing, and it's to check if we are not longer flying. So we drag this, we can get a not boolean, and this will mean that.
Hold on now.
So we drag this with
Wait a minute now.
thing, and it's to check if
Oh, that's what he's doing. We're going here. All right.
we are not longer flying. So we drag this, we can get a not boolean, and this will mean that this is.
It's is falling. Wait.
It's not true.
He's so fast sometimes. Is it a get or a set?
We can get
It's a get. It's a get. Okay. Get falling.
not Boolean.
Drag this here. Not Boolean. Got it.
And this will mean that this is not true. So if we are not falling anymore, we'll go back to normal. And this will work. If I jump, I go back to normal, as you can see. But
Okay. Okay. But there's a problem. There's something else we gotta loop. There's something else in the sequence that's not going yet. Okay. There's an error. Got it.
there's still one last connection to do, which is to connect from landing back to the idle and walking, okay?
Oh. Back to that. Oh, so that's the whole sequence of it. Oh, so now I'm trying to imagine what like a swing and a pickaxe would in the character movement to swing a pickaxe. You'd have idle and walking. Jump could be one branch off, so you'd have falling loop and then land, and then there would be another one that was like mining and then going back to the idle and walking animation. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
So I can put this over here, select this sequence, and enable the automatic loop based on sequence.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here, let me get mine to look a little bit more like his. What is that? No. Oh, no. Stop. There we go. Okay, that's better. That's nice and neat.
Here, select this.
I don't need to do that. I just need to click here, and I need to click here.
Sequence and enable the automatic loop based on sequence.
Based on sequence. So this is this is just like we check off I'm sure there's some code. There's some sort of code line command that you put in and tell it to loop back around. But instead, this is just letting us check off a box to do it instead. Automatic rule based on sequence, and the sequence follows the animation. So I get why they call it an animation loop now. I get why it's called an animation loop. Yeah. We good?
Once again, because as soon as the landing animation finishes, we want to go back to idle and walking.
Right.
And we don't want any condition, okay? And now this will work. If I jump and land, everything works as it is. But we're having one error when we, exit the play mode. And
Okay, let's just double check. Okay, so we're walking, and then if we jump, that's a jump. And there we go. And he goes back to, look, yeah, okay, we did it. Okay, and he's straightening back up. He's got a bad back. That's what happens when you fall. And then, so he just takes a minute to straighten himself up. You could probably edit that animation or blend it better. I'm sure there's ways to fix that, but that's what animators are for. I'm worried about the gameplay right now, but this is good to know. Okay. So he says if we exit out of this, we should get an error. Yeah, we did. All right, let's figure out this error. What is this error?
And it's basically that it's trying to access the character BP variable, but it's not assigned. This is because the begin play is starting after the update animation. So the only thing that we need to do is right click on this character variable and convert this to a valid
Wait, what?
character BP variable, but is not assigned. This is because the begin play is starting after the update animation.
Starting after the event blueprint animation.
Because the begin play is starting after
Oh, okay, so everything starts here. And then this function is going, okay.
the update animation. So the only thing that we need to do is right click on this character variable and convert this to a validated get. Therefore, it will after the update animation. So the only thing that we need to do is right click on this character variable and convert this to a validated get. Therefore, it will only go ahead and continue executing the code if this character variable is filled in, because otherwise this will be
What?
if this character, it will only character variable and
Okay, so that's where it is.
convert
Get.
this to a validated get.
Right.
Therefore, it will only go ahead and
Okay, and then you just dragged this to this. There we go. Okay, that was so fast.
continue executing the code.
Okay, and then what? Okay, so the get is here, and then we need to close the loop, basically. Okay.
If this Therefore, it will only go ahead and continue executing the code
Okay.
if this character variable is filled in, because otherwise this will be null, which means that it will contain essentially nothing. Therefore, this will be empty, and it will simply just cause errors. Now, when we actually go ahead and just press play, and next hit we don't have any errors because we only continue if this character variable is set.
Okay. Compile. Third person. Apply. Okay, we got our little man. And we imported all the things. And we bound all the things. And we created all the animation loops. And now we can move around. Okay. So we got that. And then if we exit out, okay, we don't get those errors anymore. And I don't... I think I half understand why. But I know this is what, day 2 of focusing on Unreal Engine and this kind of stuff. So we're gonna give it some time to sink in. If things could sink in for DaVinci Resolve, then things can sink in for Unreal Engine 5.
And with that done, we want to do one little thing, because right now when we go ahead and walk and jump and land, as you can see, the landing animation doesn't look very good because it's standing still, but we're still moving. So we want to make sure that this will be an additive animation. An additive animation is essentially an animation that plays on top of another one, and it merges them to go ahead and create a nice kind of just transition. So if we go to the characters folder, go to villager and animations, we can go ahead and open up the land animation. And we scroll down, we can see
Okay.
that we have the anim type of additive. In this case, we want this to be on local additive, and this one should be
Additive. Animation type local space. Okay.
a frame additive. In this case, we want this to be on local additive, and this one should be a frame.
Selected animation frame. Okay.
And I'm not gonna go from this animation, okay? Now I'm
Oh. Okay.
not gonna go into a lot of kind of detail into this, so I'm gonna just plug in frame 15, for example, right? Or even 20. But basically, This is a simple setting to make sure that we have an additive animation going on. Like I said, I'm not gonna really explain in detail because you don't really need to know this for this tutorial, okay?
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that.
So with that done, we need to do one little configuration because otherwise, boom.
Hold on. Okay, it's compiled. So if you do, oh no! Oh, that's wonky. That's what we call a bug. Whoop. You just, can you jump into the tiny box? Jump out of the box. Oh. Okay, he's gonna explain what's going on. I'm sure this is gonna be fun.
A character disappears. Why? Because there's not any additive animation to add on top of the landing, and it simply just bugs out.
Okay.
So back in our locomotion states, we can go to the landing and use this node, which is
What's speedy?
locomotion states. We can go to the landing and use this node, which is the additive. And it has to be apply additive. Now our base will be not our landing. This will be the additive, right? But our base will indeed want to be our blend space. Okay, so let's connect this over here. Drag the speed.
Oh my goodness. I like these tutorials, but son of a bitch. This guy, he knows his shit and he gets excited. I can tell he's excited and he's on a roll here and he's just dumping out information. And he's you know, he's just going so damn quick with the mouse. And I am taking some notes, man, because if I ever get around to making some tutorials for how to do this shit, I'm going to do it differently. So it's fine.
Will be not our landing. This will be the additive, right?
Okay, now hold on. What did you do?
Alright. So back in our locomotion states, we can go to the
I mean, I guess, where are the controls? We're going to do playback speed half and just play for this for a second.
landing
Okay.
and use this node, which is the additive.
Yo.
And it has to be apply additive.
Right.
Now our base will be not our landing. This will be the additive, right?
Oh. There we go.
But our base will indeed want to be
Villager blend space is the best. Okay.
our blend space. Okay, so let's connect this over here.
Well,
Drag the speed.
how do you know that you need to do that though? Speed. Was it get speed?
And
Yeah, it's the only one you can do.
that's it. This will mean
Maybe 1.75
Our
will
base
be
for the-
bearable. Whoa!
additive animation will be our current local. This will mean that our base for the additive animation will be our current locomotion, but our additive will be the landing. Therefore, now when I walk and land, as you can see, boom, he lands and he continues to walk, and everything is perfect. So there we go, we have all of the animations for our character set up, which is looking really cool. Okay, so now we have all of the animations for our character and it looks insane, right? And we actually only built this in a couple of minutes.
Okay, back to normal speed. That the audio distortion really gets on my nerves. Let me go get a soda real quick. I need some more caffeine. I'll be right back. Let's take a 3-minute break. There we go. Thanks, Team Fear. Okay. I wonder, I mean, it's going to be a while before I don't know. Let's get through this tutorial, and we'll get through this first tutorial, and then we'll make some predictions or something. Like I've already thought of an idea. I'll go into that tech demo content that we were looking at yesterday, the one that had the different materials, where if you hit the metal, it would just kind of like blacken the material, and then if you with fire, and then if you hit the wooden material, like it would burn and show damage, and then there was the ice that you could melt. And then you could douse them with water. Like, we could just copy that. We could just copy that sample and then just paste it into here. And then we could have a character that can do that. And honestly, some of that's like more functionality and detail that I've seen in some games. So we'll see. I can't. What I'm really looking forward to is the day where I can just sit down and start cooking. It's, okay, then I need to do this. Okay, and then what? Okay, it's got to do this. And then I can just build stuff. Oh man. Okay, let's crack another soda because we need our caffeine. And let's I'm gonna pop in a little lozenge. Here we go. Okay, now it's time to focus. We've got everything we need to focus. Oh, we don't need that. Here, go ahead and update that. That's looking good. Where's the, okay, that's the live stream. Did I move it? There it is. Jeez. Oh, it's because it was in full screen mode. Okay.
It's pretty, pretty straightforward if you learn the playing space and simply some states in the animation blueprint. But now it is time to go ahead and continue creating our game. And by the way, guys, if you are finding this tutorial helpful, I would really appreciate it. You could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I have over 700 Unreal Engine 5 tutorials. And
oh, you get a subscribe and a like when we get finished with the video, sir. The jury is still out on you, but I like where we're going.
And on top of that, join my huge Discord server with over 10,000 game developers.
Yeah, we might be joining that thing. We might be joining that thing when we get stuck.
To be in the best conversations. With that said, let's get back to the video. And the next thing is an enemy AI. Now, before diving into an enemy AI, which we're gonna be making, super simple, let's go ahead and cover a bit of the basics for blueprints. I know that I covered them a bit on the animation blueprint because we had the event grab, but I want to go a bit more in depth with them before we go and dive in with our AI. So for this, what I'm going to do is open up the third person character blueprint, which is under here. And let's implement some logic, okay?
Alright, hold on. I thought we were at a spot where we'd watch it together. Alright, so, that's gonna be... How did he get there again?
So, character blueprint, which is under...
Alright, let's close all this down.
Here. What I'm going to do is open up the third person.
Alright, let's close this and close this and close this. Third person.
Character blueprint, which is under here. And let's implement some logic, okay? So basically, nodes in Unreal will always go from left to right, to whatever they're connected to whatever they're connected, okay? So how do they work? Well, basically, as you can see, we have a main kind of plug, which is the white one. This is the executable connection, okay? So as soon as this node executes, this will go to the next node through this white cable, okay? And you will see, oh, there's other cables that are connected too. What is going on? Well, basically, each node might have an input and an output, okay? The inputs will always be on the left side and the outputs on the right side, okay?
Yes. Thank you. It's about time we covered this stuff. Now it's starting to make sense. I don't know why that fact, it seems obvious now that I look at it. I don't know why that didn't register, but now that he said it, it's like, oh. All right, where were we?
So basically, this player controller needs an input, and this other node is given that input. Okay, as simple as that. But if I was to disconnect this, main connection, which is the executable connection, right?
I've seen a bit new fear.
Which is the white one, this will simply not execute because we only have one pin, which is the input, but this will never execute because we need this white one. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and dive in how we can make a simple flashlight. Now this flashlight does have nothing to do with our game. This is purely to learn blueprints for a second, okay, because I want to do that before we dive into AI. And actually a flashlight is quite interesting to make. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that when we press a key, we turn on this flashlight. Okay, so let's right click on the graph to add a new node, and let's search for the E key, for example, right? Scroll down until we find the E key, which is here with a symbol, and drag this. Okay, so once we press the E key, we can do something. So just as a test, I could drag and add this print string, and it will print hello.
Okay, let's zoom in here. Okay, so press, and then he said print string. Okay, string is hello.
On the screen. So I press.
So if we come over, if we compile, and then we come over here and we press play and we walk around, and I press E, we should see hello pop up somewhere. Right there, up in the top left corner, it said hello. Okay.
Play and press E. Boom, we get a lot of hellos at the top left of the screen, right? So as you can see.
Oh, we can get more than one. That's interesting. Look at that. Okay. Okay, we're learning. I'm happy to do that.
This is executing because this white connection is connected. Okay, but instead of printing hello, we want to enable a flashlight. Okay, so first of all, a flashlight is essentially a light, right? So
yep.
How can we go ahead and just add a light into our world? Well, as you can see in the component section, we have a lot of stuff that we can add.
Right.
Meaning that we can add a point light. So if I go to the capsule component, I can drag a point light, and boom, this will be a flashlight. So I can place this over here, right, and rename this to be flashlight, right? And really you can add whatever type of components you want, right? And now what we can do is make sure that this flashlight is disabled by default, because if we press play,
wait. Damn, Speedy.
what we can do is make sure that this flashlight is disabled by default, because if we press play,
okay, yeah, see, it's on right now. Yeah, like the graphics is the last thing I'm worried about. Like these graphics look fine to me. It's the gameplay. Well, all right, but we got to learn how to do this anyway. All right.
as you can see, is right enabled. So in the flashlight, I can just simply search for visibility and.
Okay, so we go back to here. We're clicking on the actual flashlight, then over in the details, we need to search for visibility. And we uncheck it.
And disable this. That way when we press play, it's initially not enabled. But if I go back to the event graph and drag this flashlight, which I can just drag from the components, I can set the visibility to be enabled.
How did you do that? Did you drag that
Go
from
back
the
to
thing?
the event graph and drag this flashlight,
Yes, he did. He went here and dragged that over there.
which I can just drag from the components. I can set the visibility to be enabled. So we enable this boolean. I can
Wait, you son of a bitch.
be enabled. So we enable this boolean. I can press play and press E, and boom, we enable the flashlight. As you can see, this is very simple, right? When we press a key, right, we go and execute this node based on this white cable, and then we can go ahead and do something, right? So we access a component that we had, and then go ahead and enable this. Now this visibility can work for pretty much anything. Right now I have the input, as I mentioned before, right, because it's in the left side, as the flashlight, but it could be the mesh. If I drag this and do the inverse, so disable it, when I press E, boom, the mesh disables, right, because we are...
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. He would have gone here, mesh, and he did that. Wait a minute.
Flip,
How
have
did
the
he get that
flashlight,
one detached?
but it could be the mesh. If I drag this and do... You can see this is very simple, right? When we press a key, right, we go and execute this node based on this white cable, and then we can go ahead and do something, right? So we access a component that we had, and then go ahead and enable this. Now this visibility can work for pretty much anything. Right now I have the input.
Okay, break the link. Got it. Okay. And then he did mesh. And he moved this over here. So now press E is set the visibility. And since it's not a light, it's a mesh. When I hit play and I move over here and I press E, I should disappear like Batman. Damn it.
As I mentioned before, right, because it's in the left side, as the flashlight, but it could be the mesh. If I drag this and do the inverse, so disable it.
Oh, that was really fast.
Flashlight, but it could be the mesh. If I drag this and do the inverse, so disable it.
Okay, so you'd have to unselect that. Okay, that's what I missed. He just did that so quick. So now I come over here and we run into the corner and we disappear. Okay. All right, we're learning how to make stealth and cloak and all this stuff. There's so many applications. Hey, Flame Mage. Well, welcome to the stream. Come bang your head against your desk with me. We're gonna learn this together. If it's the last thing we do.
When I press E, boom, the mesh disables, right? Because
okay, we just figured that out.
Essentially passing a target to disable, and it doesn't really matter what. And that's it. I just wanted to kind of cover that basics, and now we can dive into our AI. Alright, so now it is finally time to create our enemy AI. So in the contents browser, let's right click and create a new folder, and let's go ahead and call this blueprints.
Okay, just slow down, Speedy. Content. New folder. Okay, Jesus, he's so fast. Blueprints, got it. One of the, you know, it's fine. I've learned, if I can learn DaVinci Resolve as well as I have already in 2 or 3 months, then I'll be, we'll be really cooking in 2 or 3 months if we keep this up. I can't wait till I can just cook. when I can just hunker down like, okay, this is the game feature we're gonna build.
So in this new folder, let's right click and create a new blueprint class. And now what we can do,
but we got to learn to crawl before we can walk, and we got to learn to walk before we can run. And I'm still looking for someone out there special who can teach me how to fly. What are we doing? We're doing new. He said blueprint class. All right.
Do is pick a parent class for this blueprint. So think of this as just presets, for example, right?
Yeah.
So we want to kind of create an AI. in this case, we will go ahead and select the character preset because
Yeah.
it's the closest that we will get, right?
Yeah.
In this case, for example, we have the actor class, which is just an object that can be spawned or placed in the world. As I mentioned in the beginning of the tutorial, we have a pawn, which is an actor that can be, handling input from the player. The character is simply just a pawn that can have the ability to move around, and so on. So of course, as I just mentioned for this AI, let's select the character class. And now let's call this BP underscore enemy AI and open this up. So as you can see, this is very similar to what we had with the third person character blueprint.
Okay, so I was right. The blueprint classes are like big containers of behaviors or features that you can then propagate throughout your game.
But it's a brand new class, it's empty, so we need to fill in some stuff. So let's go ahead and select the mesh, and in the details panel we can go ahead and assign a new skeletal mesh asset, and of course this will be our villager. Now as you can see, when we add it, it's in the incorrect position. So what we can do is just go ahead and manually adjust it. Now there's a quicker way to do it like this, which is just to go to the details, and in location in the Z axis just put -89, and then the rotation in the Z axis put -90. And that's a quick way to go ahead and snap it into place, as you can see. So if I compile, save, go back to my level and drag it, as you can see I can go ahead and rotate it.
Okay, compile, save, close, here. Does he look like he's floating? Is he floating? No, it's not floating. Okay.
So it's facing me, and when I press play, we have the enemy AI over there. But of course, it's not even animating. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have the correct animation blueprint assigned to this enemy AI. So let's go back to the blueprint, go to the mesh, details panel, anim class.
Wait. You son of a bitch.
Of course, it's not even animating. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have the correct animation blueprint assigned to this enemy AI. So let's go back to the blueprint.
Something's wrong. Something's not right. Let's try this. Here, let's undo. Fuck. Okay.
Select the mesh. Alright, so now it is finally time to create our enemy AI. So in the content browser, let's right click and create a new folder, and let's go ahead and call this blueprints. So in this new folder, let's right click and create a new blueprint class.
Was that somebody knocking? I guess not.
And now what we can do is pick a parent class for this blueprint. So think of this as just presets, for example, right? So if we want to kind of create an AI, in this case, we will go ahead and select the character preset because it's the closest that we will get, right? In this case, for example, we have the actor class, which is just an object that can be spawned or place in the world. As I mentioned at the beginning of the tutorial, we have a pawn, which is an actor that can be, handling input from the player. The character is simply just a pawn that can have the ability to move around, and so on. So of course, as I just mentioned, for this AI, let's select the character class. And now let's call this BP underscore enemy AI and open this up. So as you can see, this is very similar to what we had with the third person character blueprint, but it's a brand new class, it's empty, so we need to fill in some stuff. So let's go ahead and select the mesh, and in the details panel we can go ahead and assign a new skeletal mesh asset, and of course this will be our villager. Now as you can see, when we add it, it's in the incorrect position. So what we can do is just go ahead and manually adjust it. Now there's a quicker way to do it like this, which is just to go to the details, and in location in the Z axis just put -89, and then the rotation in the Z axis put -90. And that's a quick way to go ahead and snap it into place, as you can see. So if I compile, save, go back to my level and drag it, as you can see I can go ahead and rotate it so it's facing me, and when I press play we have the enemy.
Yep. Okay, there we go. But there's no animation. Okay, all right. So all right, this is good. All right, let's go back over here.
AI over there, but of course it's not even animating. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have the correct animation blueprint assigned to this enemy AI. So let's go back to the blueprint, go to the mesh, details panel, anim class. And as we did with the other player, we need to add the villager. And now yes, we have the enemy AI animating, which is really cool.
Okay, compile. Play. Okay, there we go. He animated. He's animated. All right.
So now it's time to make him go ahead and chase me around, right?
Oh, okay.
So let's go back to the enemy AI and open up the event graph. And I start to go ahead and implement the logic for this AI. Now, for this tutorial, we are gonna go ahead and make the AI very, very simple.
Okay.
So the AI will be able to detect the player and then simply chase him, and when he reaches the player, he will simply attack.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and delete this two nodes, which is the begin play and the tick, and simply leave the begin play.
Okay.
And right over here, what we're going to do is right click and create a custom event. So a custom event is our own event that we can call at any time. So let's go ahead and select this and simply rename this to something as chase player. And now whenever we call this event, we can execute whatever code is over here.
Okay.
And of course in this case we want to make our AI move to the player. So we can call this node, which is AI move to. And this is a super nice node which is default of Unreal. We will simply just move the AI to destination. So as you can see, it contains some inputs that it needs in order to work, right? Because they're in the left side of the node. As you can see, we have the pawn. What pawn it needs to move? Well, we want to...
Okay, lead with that next time. Like, oh, jeez. I know how I would write a tutorial to do this, just even based off the little things that I've learned. Like there's some foundational knowledge for beginners that you need to let people know about, that I think we're a fourth of the way through a 2.5 hour tutorial, and we probably should have done that the moment we started looking at blueprints, but that's just my opinion. And I'm still getting a lot out of this tutorial. I'm always thinking of ways to improve.
To move the AI. So I can drag it and say self and simply get a reference to...
Okay, so drag here, self. And there's a reference to self. Gotcha.
Self, and that way this node will know that we want to move this
move to
okay, which is the
self.
AI.
Move to self.
Now for the destination, I do not want to set a manual location in my level. I want to go ahead and assign instead a target actor that it can follow.
Okay.
And of course, in this case, the target will be the player character. So I can simply say get player character and use this node, and now the AI will go to the player character's position.
Okay.
Then we have the acceptance radius. This is how close the AI will get to me. Let's
Okay.
increase this to 120 so he doesn't get like too close, you know? And that's it. Of course, right now, nothing will happen because we're not calling this chase player event.
Okay.
But just an example, if I was to set this chase player event on the begin play, when I press play, the AI will go ahead and chase me. But as you can see, he doesn't. Why? Well, this is simply because there's one thing that we need to add into our level. So this is not a bug that we had in our code. This is simply a configuration that Unreal needs in our level to be able to make.
Okay, so we come over. So if we compile and we come over here and we hit play, he shouldn't chase us yet. Okay, and now he's explaining the other step that we need to take, that this is not a bug. There's something else we need to do to tell Unreal Engine. So let's find out what that is.
AIs move around. So if we go up into the quickly add to the price section, we can go ahead and just add a bunch of stuff into our level, as you can see. But in this case, we are interested in the volume section, and specifically the nav mesh bounce volume. If we drag this to our level, as you can see, it's a simple box. But if we select this, go to the details panel, and then in the scale make sure this is locked, we can put this around 20, and now as you can see, this box will fill in.
Wait.
We need to add into our level. So this is not a bug that we had in our code. This is simply a configuration that Unreal needs in our level to be able to make AIs move around.
Okay, one more time.
I do not want to set a manual location in my level. I want to go ahead and assign instead a target actor that it can follow. Simply say AI will go to the player character. Let's increase this to 100. Nothing simple. If I would, when I press play, the AI will go ahead and chase me. But as you can see, he doesn't. Why? Well, this is simply because there's one thing that we need to add into our level. So this is not a bug that we had in our code. This is simply a configuration that Unreal needs in our level to be able to make AIs move around. So if we go up into the quickly add to the price section, we can go ahead and just add a bunch of stuff into our level, as you can see. But in this case, we are interested in the volume section, and specifically the nav mesh bounce volume. If we drag this to our level, as you can see, it's a simple box. But if we select this, go to the details panel, and then in the scale make sure this is locked, we can put this around 20, and now as you can see, this box will fill in the
Wait a minute now. All right, that is not what is happening. Scale 20. This the other. Oh, geez, you got to think three-dimensionally. Nexius. There we go. Oh wait, is it 20? 20 across the board. 20 across the board. There we go. I was like, why is the box not big? Well, you gotta change more than just one axis, brother. You gotta
the whole level.
you
And
gotta
now,
you gotta think in 3 dimensions.
with the viewport selected, we can press P, and boom, we can see this green area.
Okay, so he says B. Wait. Nav mesh bounds.
To be able to make AIs move around. So if we go up into the quickly add to the price section, we can go ahead and just add a bunch of stuff into our level, as you can see. But in this case, we are interested in the volume section, and specifically the nav mesh bounce volume. If we drag this to our level, as you can see, it's a simple box. But if we select this, go to the details panel, and then in the scale make sure this is locked, we can put this around 20, and now as you can see, this box will fill in the whole level. And now with the viewport selected, we can press P, and boom, we can see this.
Maybe it's P. There we go. Okay. He's got like a little bit of a green shade in this area, but at least this stuff showed up. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes.
This green area. This green area is all of the calculated paths that the AI can go through. Okay, so this is.
Oh, and it's not covering the whole thing. So if we come over to the nav mesh bounds and we change the location. Shit. There we go. See, now I've got. Oh, we can tighten that up a little bit. Okay, that's better. Okay.
An essential step when making AI. Otherwise, the AIs will simply not move. So now, if I press play, boom, he starts to chase me. As you can see, he reaches me.
Okay, here we go. That's compiled. Compile. Oh, he's coming to me. And then he stopped. Let me see if I can run away. Oh, no, I can't get control of the character quick enough. Okay, whatever.
And he stops. So everything is going ahead and working perfectly. But you might have noticed that he's going a bit too fast, right? It doesn't really match his walking speed. So back in the blueprint of our enemy AI, we can go ahead and select the character movement component, and in the details panel, edit its parameters. As you can see, if we go to the max walk speed, he has a speed of 600. And as you might remember, this is incorrect. It has to be 500 to match our animations. If now we compile and press play, it will go ahead and match the speed of the player, and it looks way nicer. Now there's one last thing that we want to change to our character's movement, which is the rotation. As you can see, he kind of just snaps, right? So we want to make sure that his rotation will be smooth, so it looks realistic and it looks kind of nice. So back over here, what we can do is select the character movement component, scroll down until we see the rotation settings, and simply enable orient rotation to movement. And
There it is right there. Character movement.
And then last but not least, let's go to the
You go to class defaults. Okay.
class defaults and search for yaw and
Y'all, he says.
disable this. We
And disable that. Okay.
essentially just swapped the rotation setting
Okay, we swapped the rotation settings for.
of this AI. So instead of rotating using the default pawn movement, we will use the character movement, which is way smoother, okay?
Okay.
And now, yes, as you can see, he rotates way
Okay, let's try it. Yeah, he does walk a bit better. And he catches up when we go around corners. Okay.
smoother. It's not super obvious stuff, but it does look a bit cleaner, okay? Now, instead of making sure that he immediately, starts chasing me even when he's not seeing me, right? We need to make sure that he only chases me if he detects me. How can we do that? Well, there's a really nice component in Unreal Engine that can easily do that. If we go and add a new component and search for pawn sensing, we have this component. So we just click on this, press enter, we add this new component, and as you can see, it added a ton of kind of crazy stuff. This is essentially gonna gizmos, which are representing the AI's vision, the AI's hearing, and all this stuff. So if we select this, we can go to the details panel and change the parameters. And let's go ahead and make sure that the AI can not hear us. So let's disable hearing.
AI. Here we go. Hearing threshold 0.
by just putting 0, and then also here noise is disabled, okay?
Hear noise is disabled.
Because we're gonna have a simple AI and we're not gonna have hearing or anything like that. Then for this,
Oh my gosh. So these are like all the tools and stuff that you can, you got to learn these tools to have really good stealth in your game.
say radius, let's put in like 2500. Okay, so he, cannot see me from very, very far away. And then the peripheral vision angle, let's put in like 85, so his angle is a bit more short. And now when we press play, we still get the AI instantly going for us because we forgot one step, which is of course to link this event, which is on C-Pawn, with our chase player. So in the begin play, make sure to delete this chase player. As you can see now, he doesn't chase me, but also when he goes ahead and sees me, nothing happens because we need to kind of link this on C-Pawn event with our chase player. How can we do that? Well, by simply adding this new event and then calling
What?
chase player. How can we do that? Well, by simply adding this new event on C-Pawn.
What's he clicking on? He's clicking on the details of pawn sensing right here. Okay, here it is. And then, oh, there we go. And that's how he got it over there. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Event with our chase player. How can we do that? Well, by simply adding this new event and then calling chase player. And there you go. Now it will work.
Okay, I'm glad. All right, I'm getting the hang of this.
Because this event is called when this pawn sensing component sees a player. And simply we'll call this node chase player and everything will work. So now when I press play,
Here, let's do this. Because he's got this here, and he's actually got him. Whoops. Rotate him around. Let's move him further. Whoa. Let's move him further away from the starting point. There. Let's put him over there. Okay. And we turned off the hearing. Okay. So now, if I hit play, see, you can't see me. But if we go here. Oh, he sees me. He sees me. He's coming to get me. Oh, he got me. Okay.
doesn't do anything, but I go in front of him and now he's constantly going ahead and chasing me.
Great.
As you can see, which is pretty cool. And when he reaches my destination, he stops. But now, of course, we don't want him to stop. We want him to go ahead and play an attack. Let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so let's go ahead and import the attack animation. So for this, let's go up into Window, Fab, and let's go ahead and find this character interaction add-on volume.
Whoa.
Let's put in like 85, so his angle is a bit more short. And now, when we press play, we still get the AI instantly going for us because we forgot one step, which is of course to link this event, which is on C-Pawn, with our chase player. See, now he doesn't chase me. To kind of link this on C and then calling chase player. And there you go. Now it will work because this event is called when this pawn sensing component sees a player. And simply we'll call this node chase player and everything will work. So now when I press play, it doesn't do anything, but I go in front of him, and now he's constantly going ahead and chasing me, as you can see, which is pretty cool. And when he reaches my destination, he stops. But now, of course, we don't want him to stop. We want him to go ahead and play an attack. So let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so let's go ahead and import the attack animation. So for this, let's go up into Window, Fab, and let's go ahead and find this cat.
Oh, you can do it that way? Window. Oh, look at that. It's in. Oh, I like that a lot better. Okay.
Character Interaction Add-on Volume.
Okay, so let's look for that. Character Interaction Add-on. It should be relatively new. It's in animations and combat. So animations, combat. Okay, I don't know if I like this interface. Hold on. Let's search over here. There it is right there. Character interaction add-on volume 1. Okay, good. This is the thing. Okay. It's by this guy Z. Okay, great.
1. So I will link this in the
Hey New Fever, welcome back. We got we've basically got the AI area set up, and we've got some very basic. See, he can't. We turned off hearing, so that guy over there can't hear us. But we told him to chase us when he sees us. So when we move over, oh, he sees me. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, he got me. He must have gotten close enough. Anyway, now we're going to add attacks. We're going to let him attack me. Okay. This is all the basic stuff. Yeah. We'll get to ooh. That was a good idea. Let me write that down. That's melee. The magic. That's the magic system. Let's just do melee combat and enemies. Edit. Also need magic. Remember, I did like the fact that in the, what was that game called? Avalon, The Fall of Avalon or something? What was the, I uninstalled it. What was the name of the thing? Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. And Tainted Grail, Fall. Here, let's copy this. Copied. Okay. In the game, Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Avalon. It was really cool to, at, the very beginning of the game, have access to a fire spell that had 2 casting modes. One, you would charge it up and kind of toss mini fireball. If you tapped the mouse button quickly, it would flick out little bursts of flame. Alright, let's put that there. Okay. So we'll make sure that one of the things that I want to be good about the game is the movement and the combat, and you should basically have access to some of that stuff right away, like a good amount of it, because I want to make as we design this, I'd like it to be more of a skill-based game. I don't want there to be like an artificial, just because this character's level X, you can't kill it, right? I mean, basically, if somebody's like a total badass in this game, they could do everything but like take on like if it was just like straight combat and like dodging and moving, you could probably do it. Granted, there's going to be some things out there that have special abilities that you have to prepare for if you're low level. But I want somebody who's like really good at video games to already be able to get to have a fun time with the combat, even though they're like a low level. Okay. We went through oh, that's right. We're going to move this over here. Hey, Fug, how you doing? You feeling any better, man? I know you're a little under the weather. You sick? It's been going. We got, so this is like the third person level. So I'll go over everything we got today. So I learned how to import this character mesh and do all of its animations. So look, we got the moving, but we got a jumping animation, and we were able to set the parameters in the animation loop. And then we've got a mob over here, and we started using the enemy AI. That's what this all this green stuff you see over here in this editing mode is. And basically, we turned off hearing because this game has built-in hearing for enemy AI. So, like one of the everything I need to build an amazing stealth system is here, and what I want to tie in light levels to it as well. But we'll do that when we get to it. But I'm learning the basics right now, and we see this enemy mob right here. So we set him up to when he sees us. Oh, see, he starts chasing us. And if he catches us, he stops because we haven't programmed the attack yet. But see, his field of view is about 85 degrees. So the moment you get into an 85 degree field of view, he starts chasing, and then he'll just stop when he gets to you and he sees you again. So if we go this way, see, he won't see me. But if I go here and walk a little far away, and he stops and so that's, I mean, we're starting. I mean, it is pretty huge. I cannot wait until we get to the part where I'm just like hunkered down and I'm cooking. Cause like I am worried about gameplay, and we are going to focus on making sure the gameplay and the movement and all, like we'll worry about like the spell system and all the different types of special weapons and unique weapon and all that kind of shit later. But like, I want to make sure there's like a good solid control system. You should be able to like dodge to one side. You should be able to throw yourself into a roll in any direction. Because your character won't be wearing heavy armor. We put some restrictions on people wearing heavy armor. You can't like do a barrel roll when you're wearing heavy armor, unless you put in the certain talent points or have a certain amount of strength or something. But I have all these interesting ideas of how to create some systems that all kind of intermesh together, and I can't wait to start messing around with it. Can you loop him around to lose aggro? Oh, you just have to get out of his field of view. 'Cause you have aggro until he catches you. So I don't think I can get out of it yet. Oh, maybe it's because we break field of view. Let me see. I think it's detecting. We'll see if he I don't know yet. Let's do the attack thing, and then I'll know if it's because we're breaking field of view, or if it's because, yeah, let's figure that out. Let's keep going. Q Metal Gear Solid sneaking thing. Yeah, there's well, I'd like the stealth system to have a lot of different aspects to it. Like the Skyrim stealth system is it's a little weak. You know, it was great for 2011, but look at all the shit Unreal Engine can do. Like, why don't you have a more advanced still system? We're gonna build one. We're gonna build one because I'm just tired. I'm in the fine, I'll do it myself mode. All right, so that brings you up to speed. So now we're adding this is the free standard license. So, you know, we're going to see how far we can get just using all the free stuff as placeholders. Like when we get ready to ship the game, we'll worry about, you know, creating special animations and special artwork and a special art theme and special textures and all that shit. But right now, there's no reason why I can't build a proof of concept using all of this for free license stuff. You know, I should at least be able to have a working concept sometime in the near future, and I'm hoping to focus on the combat stuff. So we'll see. Okay, so we got that. So the character interaction add-ons there. All right, so now I'm going to continue to watch the
resources
tutorial.
zip, and basically what you can do is simply go ahead and add this into the PRED. Let's go ahead and click this, and after a few seconds, we should have it.
Okay, so because I couldn't find it, I ended up going through it a different way, and we've already added it. So import what? Content. Maybe not. Epic. Character interaction. Add to project. Okay. Is it going to ask me which project? Okay, good. And this is going to be the master class for Gorka right here. Add to project. Okay. There we go. So it's added in there. So now we should be able to go over here. All right, now what?
In our PRED. So this includes some really cool animations, and we have one which is going to be super good for our attack. There we go, and already imported the animation. So now as you can see, we have this new folder called
Interaction. So we were looking for a folder called Interaction. There it is. Yeah, baby.
Interaction. Now the only animation that we want is going to be here under animations, close combat, attack, crowbar, this one, okay? So literally what we're going to do is make sure to delete everything except this animation. But before we do that, what we actually want to do is go ahead and make sure that this animation works for our character. Right now this is using the UE4 skeleton, and we want to use the villager skeleton. So for this, we can simply retard it. Now, it's super easy to retard it in Unreal Engine 5.5. The only thing we need to do is
I think he's saying retarget.
click on this animation, click on retard animation.
Yeah, retarget. He's saying retarget, not the other word.
And the source will be UE4, but the target will be, of course, our villager. Now simply search for crowbar, and of course select the A crowbar attack. And with that said, we can click on export animation, and now under content we can click on export, close this window, and then we have it over here working.
Okay, I'm not gonna remember. I understand what we did. I don't think I'm gonna remember how to do that tomorrow, but we'll see.
Perfectly fine.
Oh, now how's he got an axe? He got his hands is empty here. He's got an axe.
The only thing we want to do now is to go ahead and delete the whole interaction folder.
Okay, and delete the whole interaction folder because we don't want a bunch of crap that we're not using in the project. That's fine.
So just press delete, yes. And then after a few seconds, just loading times, finding assets, we can go ahead and press delete.
Let's see what's fixed. For a couple of years now, I've been going through a game burnout. After a short period of time, I get insanely bored of games, even if I enjoy them. I'll often think of when I'm scrolling to buy the game I want doesn't exist yet. It's like tower defense games. Where on Steam is a game that's just like the TD mod for Warcraft 3 that had me hooked for years.
And after for a few more seconds, we should have, there we go, this animation ready, but the interaction folder out. So as you can see, it literally just deleted everything except the animation that we need. So thanks for the, asset creator for creating this really cool animation that we're gonna be using. So let's make sure to move this into the characters folder. So let's go ahead and just drag this into characters, move here, drag this into villager, move here, and then drag this into animations, move here, right click, new folder, let's call this something as attack, and then finally drag this, move here, and simply,
Oh man.
let's call this something as
So he wants a different folder. Well, I guess there's different attacks, so I guess it makes sense to create an animation folder for attacks.
attack, and then finally drag this, move here, and simply let's call this A_attack. It's nice and neat, and that's it. Everything is configured. So how can we go ahead and make sure that this AI will play this attack animation when he sees us and reaches our destination? Do we need to go ahead and open up the villagers animation blueprint and go and create a new state and all that stuff? No. Actually, there is a super cool way to play one-time animations inside of Unreal from blueprints without needing to create crazy states, and it's perfect for attacks, for damage things, and just combat and so on, right?
Okay.
So over here, let's go back to our content browser and go into attack animation, and right over here, let's right click, hit on create montage.
Okay, so it's create animation montage. Create animation montage.
So go ahead and rename this to attack montage. That's actually perfect. And now we have this other type of animation asset. So what is this? Well, this is a montage, and Unreal can play montages from blueprints at any time.
Okay.
So now that this is a montage, it's super easy because we can simply just go ahead and open up our enemy.
Oh, good. That means I can like program behaviors now. So if somebody gets if a character gets close enough to something, like an object, we can have them do the grab animation and then keep going. Okay.
AI. So select it in our world, press Ctrl
Now wait a minute.
at any time.
Okay.
So now that this is a montage, it's super easy because we can simply just go ahead and open up our enemy AI. So select it in our world.
Okay. So enemy AI. Enemy AI. Okay, got it. There we go.
Press Ctrl E to edit it.
Control E. Okay.
And now when we reach the destination, which is on success, right, on the AI move to the chase player,
Right.
we can call this node, which is the play montage. Let's select this top one.
Okay.
And now we just need some parameters. So
Okay.
first of all, what skeleton mesh we want to play on? Well, we want to play on our mesh. Connect that there.
Okay, I'm starting to get this. So this is the mesh. And because we're using the same mesh for the character and the enemy, it's just mesh right now.
What montage we want to play? Well, it's a drop down, so we can select this attack
Montage we want to play. Oh, look at that. Okay, okay.
montage that we use.
All right, now this is starting to kick in. I'm starting to get. I mean, we're gonna be cooking soon, y'all. I'm starting to get it. I might go through this all over again. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on now. Okay.
Created, and then everything can leave, you know, just by default. And actually now you will see that when we press play,
Okay, I think he just hit compile. It says when we press play,
nothing will happen. Why? Well, because
nothing happens.
name montages require one little thing in our animation blueprint to enable it to work.
Okay.
We go to animations and open up ABP Villager.
Okay, so we gotta go to animations. ABB Villager. Actually, let me close that. Let me go here. Let me rename. His accent is throwing me off. His B's and his P. I love this guy. Don't get me wrong. But I put ABB because I thought he said B instead of P. And BP is for blueprint, so I'm renaming that because ABB is now confusing me because I know BP means blueprint. Okay.
In our animation blueprint to enable it to work. So we go to
Animation blueprint, ABP, animation blueprint. Got it. This guy, he's also really organized. He's all about cleaning up the workspace, deleting things you're not using, labeling things correctly, putting them in the proper folder. I love all that. He's just so fucking fast. Oh, it's like I'm pausing the damn and rewinding every 10 seconds.
Go to animations and open up ABP Villager.
Okay.
We go to the name graph. We just need to add this little thing, which is default slide. So what is
The anime graph. Wait a minute. How did you get there? Open graph over here. Okay.
a name graph? We just need to add this little thing, which is default slide.
How did he do that? Like this, the one thing I would like him to be like, now click on the local motion state machine and then right click, and because he's just skipping all that stuff.
We go to the name graph. We just need to add this little thing, which is default slide.
Okay, so is he just going like this? Default slot. Okay. Got it.
So what is this? What does this have to do with montages? Well, montages are always played on a montage slot. Okay? In this case, this attack is played on a montage slot. Okay? In this case, this attack is played on the default slot, as you can see. Slot. Okay? In this case, this attack is played on the default slot as
There it is. Default group. Okay. 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 So you can have layers of different behaviors based on certain things.
Right? Therefore, we need a default slot in our animation blueprint
Right.
to enable this slot to happen. Okay? So just remember that anytime you want to play an animation montage, you need to add a slot. Now, we need to add this slot always right before the output post, because, I mean, we cannot connect this right before, right? Because there's not any inputs, right, to here. But imagine we had an input over here. Well, you know, the locomotion will always override the slot, so we will never see our animation montage.
Have you covered the hitbox yet? Nope. No, we haven't. We haven't gotten that far.
But if we have this after, our animation montages will happen after. Therefore, they have a priority, so they will happen. You know. So now, yes, when we press play, it will go ahead and play the attack animation, and boom.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Moment of truth. Come at me, bro. Oh, yeah, he's swinging at me. Oh, no. He's not following me, though. He's... Okay. It's okay. I mean, we're doing pretty good. You know. Okay, that's fine. This ain't bad. Like, why does your game suck? It's this easy, really?
He is attacking me. Now, it's pretty bugged. This is because the camera is colliding with him every time he attacks.
Okay.
So there's a quick fix for this. We can go to the enemy AI, viewport, select the mesh, and in details panel, we can scroll down.
Wait, hold on now. Let me see if it does the same thing on mine. Okay, that's what it's doing. Got it. Oh, I know what's happening. The model is covering up the camera, and that's why it does that zoom in thing. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, I mean it's a good thing to show me. Because it's like, oh, this is a thing that happens, and we probably need to fix it. I bet this happens quite a lot, actually.
So there's a quick fix for this. We can go to the enemy AI, viewport, select
enemy AI, viewport. Here we are. Select the viewport. Yep, there we go.
the mesh, and in details panel,
And we select this mesh, so he's highlighted.
we can scroll down.
Oh, Fug. Let me show you something really quick. Let me go here and let me load up the content examples. You're gonna shit a brick. Like, okay. It's gonna be physics. AI, animation, geometry, level, lighting, material. I think it's this one, material properties. Okay, let me play this one. So this is like a level that they made as like a tech demo, and I'm trying to remember. It's not this one. Material pivot, parallax, material nodes. Maybe it's material nodes. That's not the one either. Materials advanced, maybe? No. Not decals. Not instances. Not nodes. Maybe it's special effects or something. Hold on. Physics. Miscellaneous. Blueprints. Blueprint communication. Yeah, this is the one. Check this out. Are you still with me, Fug? Let me know if you're still with me in the chat. So I'm gonna hit the play button here. All right, so this is just like the tech. So this is a tech demo. So you can download this for free, and as you can see, like I'm navigating through all this stuff, and it's just kind of showing you what the engine can do. So it's just like, hey, look, you know, basic communication with the target blueprint. Look, you can turn on the light, and then you turn it off. See, we got that ain't hard to do. No coding required, basically. And look, you can do the same thing here. Look, no coding required, but the little thing connects, you know, so you can do some pretty advanced stuff. And then, You know, there's that, and then that, and then that. And this thing basically tells you can just copy and paste that shit. You don't have to code it individually. And then you can have it hit everything. You know what I mean? So it's just taking you through. Now we'll come all the way over here. Now watch this. Okay? I can just copy and paste this. It's an example. So I can simply copy and paste the blueprint on what this is contained on. Now watch this, okay? If we do the left mouse button, we get some fire. And if we do the right mouse button, we get some water. So if I start putting water on the ice ball, it starts forming ice. Look at that. Look at the icicles. And then there's the water dripping off the thing. Oh my goodness. And then look, look, we put the water. See, there was a rough surface and now it's kind of shiny because it's the metal, right? Now let me hit it with fire. Oh my goodness. It's glowing yellow from the heat. And the intensity changes. It cools down over time. Right? And now it's got ash on it all over again. But if I put it with water, it cleans it off. Okay. Look at what we doused the wood. We doused the wood in water and it's dripping. Okay. And then we hit it with a bit of flame and it catches. Okay. It steamed the water. Look at that. It steams the water and then burns off. Oh, and look, there's a little bit. You can see some of the embers. Here, let's just burn it. Oh, look. Let's put it out. Oh, look, now it's smoking. The smoke's brown. Look at this. And now it's burned black all the way through. And if we just hit it with fire and wait, then it'll stop burning, but you'll see active ember coals and stuff. So let's let that burn for a second. There it goes. See, look. Okay. And then here, if you hit the ice thing with the fire, it's all gone. It goes away. It ceases to be. Okay. It is criminal that this is free, and it blows my mind that you have an example like this, and we just don't have more detailed gameplay. Like, this is a perfect detail. Like, this thing should be like just these properties right here should just be like a fundamental aspect of your game. If you're gonna have fire and water spells, you know what I mean. So we gotta work on that. Like, we're going to. Let me just write this down because this is the idea. Okay, so where are we right now? We are using Blueprint. What? Blueprint communication. Okay, so let's take a screenshot of this. Okay, boom. Copy. Save. Let's put this in the screenshot folder. Okay. And this is Blueprint communication. So I'm just taking a note real quick. All right. So we're going to put this in the object permanence and manipulation. Okay. All right. So in addition, let's insert the screenshot right there. And this is part of the content examples blueprint communication. Content examples blueprint communication has a great demo on how various materials react to different events, fire and water in this case. This should be a basic underlying fundamental aspect of the immersive world gameplay. So I know that this exists, and that means that when we start building things and we build the furniture, we should code for what happens if you just hit the thing with a big fucking fireball. You know what I'm saying? Like you can set it on fire like we saw here. You hit it with a fireball, the thing just explodes into 1,000 pieces. Oh, and speaking of it exploding into 1,000 pieces, watch this. Physics. Destruction. Play. Let me just show you the examples. Okay, so fracturing just did this. They say just hit the button. So like that thing's breaking apart. You've got all these, like you could throw like a vortex grenade or something and get that effect. And then this is telling you the technology where it just does this stuff, for, most of that stuff for you. You can code things so they, like, hold on. Where's the one? Oh, this physics on the chain. Here's the ones down here. Look. Depending on what's getting destroyed, you know, you could choose these different clusters or whatever. Like, see, look, this maybe where you shoot something and it breaks like that. You have a bunch of options. Where's the one down here? There's that. Now watch this. Hold on. Where's the one that I want to make sure is in here? And we'll make another note. We'll make another note about it. Damage threshold. You can find the damage threshold. See, that one fell and broke. So there's damage threshold for objects. And then, hold on now. Is it this one? Not that one. Shooting to cause destruction. Here, watch this. Shooting to cause destruction via a weapon. Simply spawn the appropriate fields at the impact location. Oh, I gotta stand here. Now watch. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Okay. So what we need to do, like all of this stuff, like all this stuff is baked in. We just need to add it to the environment. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All right. So this is physics destruction. All right. So that's the other thing. So, additionally, most objects should have destruction physics. Remember, we're making this game for PC, right? I don't care about your low polygon console mobile game. You know, some people will be like, you can't make a game that has everything destructive in it because people won't be able to run it. I don't care. I'm making it for me. Additional, most objects should have destruction physics of a kind appropriate from the feature list presented in content examples content examples what? Physics _ destruction. Okay, that's all one word. That's fine. And let's take a screenshot of it really quick. Because that was the eye opener. I was like, holy crap, let's get all the way down here. Yeah, this whole level is nothing but a bunch of tech demo stuff. We went through it the other day. I think you were in bed because you weren't feeling good. Weren't feeling well. All right, so here we stand on this. And I'm just going to hit that and that and that. Okay, and that is the screenshot, my friend. Oh, here. Okay, there we go. Delete. Save. Screenshot. Okay. Upload. There we go. Okay, we're learning the basics, but when we start actually building things, we're gonna have a process. And if we want to build a table, this is the process we follow. What does it look like? What's the materials got? How destructible is it? How does it break apart? You know, what other effects can be caused to it? You know what I mean? So we will figure that out. And then when we build things, we'll just build it with that template. And then as the game comes along, it'll have all this detail in it. So it'll all be about like figuring out the process of features. And then as we put things in the game, we got to go down the checklist. Okay, make sure it has this, this, this. It's got destructs. It's got these things, blah, 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 blah. And that'll also help with quality assurance and testing, because we'll be able to hand that list to somebody and be like, here, you know, I can test this as much as I can, but I got to give it to somebody besides me to test it. It's not really quality assurance testing if the person who made it is doing the testing. You got to have somebody else do it. Okay, so very cool. Brought Fug up to speed on that, so we can close this. And here we are, and we are going to resume. We are adding we are fixing the camera getting wonky when the enemy AI attacks us, because it's like the model is getting in the way of the camera, and that's causing the view to get screwed up. So here we go.
And in the collision presets, we can expand this and set this to custom. And as you can see, we have a whole bunch.
Now, what are you doing? Clothing, collision presets. Collision presets, got it. Okay.
Bunch of checkboxes.
He did custom. There we go.
In terms of ignore, overlap, or block. In this case, we simply want to get the camera trace and set this to ignore.
Okay, I'm going to finish this tutorial, and then I'm going to go through it again, and I'm going to write down a lot of this stuff in a procedure. Because I will, if I have the procedures to follow for making this kind of stuff, then like, you know, it'll be almost at, like, once I figure out the procedure, then it's like I can pump things out at an industrial level. Yeah, we're just, I don't need to write that down. We're going to keep going.
That way, the camera will not collide with this. But there's another
No, what did I miss? Okay, here we go.
To custom. And as you can see, we have a whole bunch of checkboxes in terms of ignore, overlap, or block. In this case, we simply want to get the camera trace and set this to ignore. That way, the camera will not collide with this. But there's another collision in this actor, which is the capsule component. So we need to do exactly the same thing. Select the capsule component. In the preset, set this to custom. Camera, ignore. Compile, save, and now this will be.
Okay, here's nothing. Okay, good. Now the camera's not getting wonky every time he takes a swing at our face. Okay.
Will be fixed. and boom. But as you can see, he bugged kind of at the beginning, right? When he reached my destination, it kind of bugged. This is simply because he's trying to play the animation multiple times without leaving time and space in between them, which
Right.
is just ending up in a kind of ugly looking kind of thing. So what we can do is simply create a new variable and be can attack looking kind of thing. So what we can do is simply create a new variable and be can attack. Question mark, and this will be a boolean. Okay, so this will be simply true or false, count the enemy AI attack or not. Now let's select this can attack compile and set this
Wait, where? What?
question mark, and this will be a boolean. Okay, so this will be
That's it? You just compile that and it works? You don't put it in the blueprint? Why is that? Can attack, boolean, default.
simply true or false, count the
It's a component.
enemy AI attack or not. Now let's select this can attack compile and set this by true by default.
True by default, okay.
This is very important, otherwise the enemy AI will never be able to attack. So right when we reach the destination, we're gonna get the attack and add a branch, okay? And reach the destination, we're gonna get the attack and add a branch, okay? And a branch
Branch. Did he choose flow
will
control?
simply be gonna get the attack and add a branch, okay? And a branch
Jeez, man. Okay.
will simply be an if statement. So if this is true, we will go ahead and attack. Right? Because we can attack. If this is false, well, we will not do anything because we can't attack. As simple as that. Okay, so let me leave some spacing.
Okay, so that's why you leave false blank. Just nothing happens. Okay.
And then simply once, okay, actually let's do it here. Once we start attacking, we need to make sure to get this and set, okay, this can attack. Once we start attacking, we need to make sure to get this and set.
Okay, so over here it's set. So when it's an output, so the output would be set. Okay.
Okay, this can attack to false. That way now the enemy
This, and since it's not checked off and it's a boolean, it's false. Okay.
AI will know that it's attacking, so we cannot attack anymore. So therefore, we cannot attack and pass this part over here. And then on completed, so when the animation finishes, we can simply here. And then on completed, so when the animation finishes,
Another set. I wish I knew. I wish I understood
we
this
can
better.
simply set this to be true.
Oh man, I wish I understood this logic better.
Well, uncompleted or interrupted. You know, imagine that the animation is interrupted. We want to go ahead and fix this, right? So with that said, if we go ahead and press play,
All right, here we go. All right, here goes nothing. No. Oh, look, he's swinging a miss. Swing. Okay, that looks better. Okay, that's not bad. He definitely needs a something in his hands, but that's all right.
he will go ahead and chase me, and boom, he attacks me correctly, right? He waits until the animation is finished, but it doesn't look very good. First of all, we need to enable root motion in our animation. So let's open up a attack. scroll down and enable root motion.
Root motion. Scroll down. Enable root motion. Okay, well that's already enabled.
And now you will see that the animation will look 10 times better. There we go.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Because
like.
the character will move in a 3D space to match the animation. Now this
Yeah, it was already, that was already
is
enabled.
not available in all animations. This only because the animation is well done, okay? But with that said, without getting too in depth of what, about what is root motion, let's simply just continue with our attacks. Right now it's a bit too, long, right? We want to short the attack. It kind of waits too long. It doesn't look too good, right? So what we can do is simply make sure that the montage will set the can attack to true a bit sooner.
Oh, that's the wrong one. We're going here.
We can do this by an anim notify. So we open this up. We can simply find where we want to kind of go back to our animation to run here. And then in the notify section, we can right click, add notify, montage notify.
Wait, do what
So
now?
then in the notify section, we can right click,
Oh, notifies. Right click.
add notify,
Add notify. Notifies.
montage notify.
That's, oh, it's under, it's got to be under this one. So it's here, right click, add notify.
Save,
What was it?
notify section, we can right click, add notify, montage notify.
Add montage notify. Okay, so here's the one. Here we go. Add notify. Montage notify. Got it.
Save, close, and right over here, instead of on completed, we can hold control and
Save. Close. And he said uncompleted. Hold control.
move this to on notify begin and make sure to leave the interrupted. Now, as you can see, we will go ahead interrupted. Now, as you can see, we will go ahead and make the animations a bit quicker, which is pretty cool.
Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if he's turbo. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, he's swinging a lot faster there. And he's got a heavy weapon, so he's staggering back. Okay.
Okay, this is a small tweak, And now we have this enemy AI which comes to me, attacks, and then continues, which is pretty cool, as you can see. But of course, he doesn't deal any damage, so we need to make sure that he will go ahead and add like a knockback. So in order to add a knockback to my player, let's go into the enemy AI, and right over here we need to go ahead and make a specific thing, which is gonna be a sphere trace by channel. What is this? Well, let's simply just add it and I'll explain as we go. So a sphere trace by channel is simply a sphere that will go from one point to another, okay? And it will simply detect things in the way. So we can use this to detect our player, okay? So if our player goes ahead and, is detected by this thing, we can apply damage. So over here, what we can do is...
Oh, so we're going to make something that if something's in the sphere, it will trigger. So we'll make like an invisible sphere, and that will be the hitbox area. Now we're doing it, Fug. Fug, this is what you were talking about. Now we're doing the hit and damage stuff.
Simply add a start and an end point, okay? In this case, the start point will simply be the get actor location of this enemy AI, so whatever place is right now in the world. and the endpoint will be the get actor rotation. I want to get the direction that is looking, so let's get the forward vector. Okay, that's how we can get the direction that he's looking at. And then from here we can simply times this by a value, but we want to right click on the second pin and convert this into a float. That way it's a simple number, and this will essentially be the distance on how far away the AI.
Do what now?
Yeah, so whatever.
I gotta slow this down. Hold on.
Place is right now in the world, and the end point will be the get actor rotation.
Get actor rotation right there. Okay.
I want to get the direction that is looking, so let's get the forward vector.
Forward vector. Okay.
Okay, that's how we can get the direction that he's looking at. And then from here we can simply times this by a value, but we want to right click on the second pin and convert value. And from here we can simply times this by a value.
He says times this, he means multiply. And I'm glad I figured that out. Like, I can imagine somebody else following this guide and getting lost.
But we want to right click on the second pin and convert this into a float. Right click on the second pin and convert
Two float single precision. Right click, two float single. Okay.
this into a float. That way it's a simple number, and this will essentially be the distance on how far away the AI.
Now wait a second here. I did it on the wrong thing. It's this one. There we go.
can reach me in terms of the trace.
I hate listening to it at this speed, but sometimes I just got to slow it down because he's so fast.
Put in right now like 300, and I simply now get the location and add this with the multiplication, and this will give us our.
Jesus, Speedy.
And I simply now get the location and add this with the multiplication.
Okay, so he goes here and he hits add, hits the plus sign, add, got it. Okay.
Multiplication, and this will
And he moves this up there, okay.
give us our endpoint.
And the endpoint. I don't know what the fuck we're doing again. He had me, and then I had him, and then I lost him.
Now for the radius, because this is a sphere, let's put in like 25.
I think I know what we're doing, but I don't. Why did we do all this?
And then that's pretty much it. Just to test, let's go ahead and click the debug type and put this for duration. And like for, 0.5 seconds.
Okay. Debug draw type for duration. And then the draw time. That'll be 0.5.
If I now press play, you can see that when he attacks, he creates this kind of beam, as you can see, right?
Okay. Alright, here we go. Compile. Play. Here we go. Alright, so we should see like a kind of a hit box or a swing box, an attack box or something. There we go. That's it. Yeah. Okay, we got it. We should probably shorten that up, but there we go. No, yeah, it's like I like the guy's tutorials. I can tell he's excited and he really knows his stuff, and he likes to share this stuff. But sometimes it's just he's just blowing through things. And there's some like nuanced things for beginners that I think he should have covered at the beginning, but did not. He started to get good about like, hey, I'm just going to tell you what to do, and you don't need to understand anything right now, but just do this. I'm like, okay. So we'll see.
So this beam will essentially go ahead and collide with me, as you can see. And if it collides with me, it will apply some damage. So that's a bit too long. Let's make it maybe like 150.
Okay, so let's go back here. Let's shorten the length. So get forward vector. So this is the red box thing is the forward vector. All right, so let's compile that. All right, how about now? Yeah, okay, that's a lot better. Well, yeah, that's fine. Because he's got like a, yeah. All right, well, there we go.
And it's just kind of playing around with what looks best. Yeah, that's literally perfect. Maybe a bit more. Maybe like 180. And also, as you can see, it's red. And it's never turning green like it should, because it's not detecting it.
Oh, so it's red when it's not detecting anything, and then it turns green if it detects something. And we haven't set up the variables for it to detect something yet. So now we're going to do that.
That's because of the trace channel, right? Right now it says this.
Okay, so we're going back to the enemy AI. This is the event graph, and he's talking about trace channel. Okay.
But to be sure that it will detect only the player and not other things in the world, we will create our own trace channel that only the player can be detected as.
Okay.
So if we go to edit, press settings.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that gives me so many ideas. You can choose what hits what. So like you could have you could have certain spells that just go right through a ghost because it's a ghost and you didn't cast the right type of magic. Oh my gosh, this is great. I can't, like I said earlier, I can't wait till I'm cooking. Can't wait till we cooking, boys.
The player can be detected as. So if we go to edit, press settings.
Edit and settings. Okay. Oh, we're going to the big stuff. Edit, project settings. Yep.
We can scroll down to collision.
Engine collision.
And under trace channels, create a new trace channel.
Oh, so this is big boy stuff right here. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, because this would be like a big thing, and then you reference everything else will reference this big major object. So, oh my gosh. All right, all right. Just don't get carried away, Justin. You learn how to do it first.
And name this player. Now the default
Do that again.
to collision. And under trace channels, create a new trace channel. And name this player.
Okay.
Now the default has to be ignored. So all of the assets in Unreal by default will have this trace to ignore, but then the player is going to be the only one that has this trace to block. Accept, close, go back to enemy AI, compile so it refreshes, and then the trace channel is going to be player.
Look at that. There we go. So we can have trace channel ghost.
Now this tool will not work because the player needs to have that trace channel enabled. So under third person,
Okay, that makes sense. Let's go back to third person. Blueprints. It's this
blueprints,
guy.
third person catch blueprint. I'm gonna go to the viewport, select the mesh, scroll down, and now we have here, as you can see, the collision presets.
Collision presets. Yep. Custom.
Set this to custom,
Yep.
and then player will be block.
Player block. Got it.
And now, yes, as you can see,
All right, here we go. It should turn green if he hits me with it. Let's save. There we go. goes. He's gonna swing. Oh, see, and the green hit me. So he's like halfway through. Boom. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I can tell though. What I can tell is that it's calculating that at the very beginning, before the animation gets a chance to run. So like I bet he'll talk about that next, because we need to time that collision detection with the apex of the swing in the animation. All right, so that's an interesting problem to solve.
When the AI attacks and launches retrace, it turns green because it's detecting the player, and it would not detect any other thing than the player if it accidentally, hits the wall. So it will not like launch the wall or anything like that. There we go. So now we just need to add the impulse. So let's go back to the enemy AI, and as you can see, the sphere trace by channel will give two outputs, right? Because they're at the right side of the node. We'll get a return value, which is a boolean, so have we hit something or not, and then an out hit, which is a lot of properties. So first of all, let's check if we have actually hit something, and we will only continue if we have actually hit something with a branch. Otherwise, we might have like bugs, and errors. Then let's get the out hit, and let's break this, because this is a structure, and this will contain, as you can see, a lot of information about what we have collided with. Well, in this case, the AI has collided with, right? In this case, we simply want to get the actor cast to the class character, and then simply use the node, which is launch character. As simple as that. So we are simply getting the actor that the AI hit, casting to the character so I can access. Simply use the node, which is launch character. As simple as that. So we are simply getting the actor.
So he's so fast.
Launch character. And then simply use the node, which is launch character. As simple as that. So we are simply getting the actor that the AI hit, casting to the character so I can access this node of the character class, and then simply apply some velocity. In what direction? Well, I simply want to copy the direction of the sphere trace, because it's essentially just gonna be the same, right? We want to go ahead and make sure.
Oh, okay. So we come over here. And we copy that, and then we come over here. And we paste it, okay. And then
the sphere trace, because it's essentially just gonna be the same, right? We want to go ahead and make sure that the AI will go and launch the character to the direction that he's facing, right? So we can simply copy and paste the three nodes, and then simply add one little thing over here and put in the Z to be around 25 and reconnect this. So he will also go a bit higher. And now when I
did you whoa dude. Oh my god. We're back down to 75 play speed.
So we are simply getting the actor that the AI hit, casting to the character so I can access this node of the character class.
I get that, yeah.
And then simply apply some velocity.
Okay.
In what direction? Well, I simply want to copy the direction of the sphere trace, because it's essentially just gonna be the same, right? We want to go ahead and make sure that the AI will go and launch the character to the direction that he's facing, right? So we can simply copy and paste the three nodes, and then simply add one.
Oh, that's what he does. He says add, and he very quickly hits the plus key and then selects that, and I just didn't catch it.
little thing over here and putting the Z to be around 25 and reconnect this. So he'll also go a bit higher, around 25, and reconnect this. So he'll also go a bit higher. And now when I press play and he attacks me, you will see that we cannot push the player, but it doesn't look very good because there's not enough power. Let's go ahead and put this to around 1,000.
Okay, so here he said do 1,000. Okay, compile, save, play. Come on, hit me. Boing. Okay, we're getting boing. What do you got? You got nothing. You got nothing. You missed me. Boing. Boing. Okay. All right. Well, that's fun.
And now you will see that slowly you will start to get a better.
Okay. Let's. I hate listening to it at that speed.
Representation.
All right.
As you can see, this maybe is too much. Maybe like 500.
Okay. Let's. I'm willing to see that. Let's see what you got. Okay. Compile. Let's see what half power looks like. So it's a little less pronounced. Hit me. Okay. Boing. All right.
And then maybe a bit more, like 120 on these.
Oh, okay. So what's that gonna do over here? 120. All right. What's that do? Does it add more power to it? What's Oh, okay. So that's how far you get bounced around. I got an idea. If we let's change this to over 9,000. So 9,001. Compile. Here we go. He's gonna launch me. We're gonna go boing. Oh man. Well, that's what happens. No, don't do it. No, I'm not ready. Boing. Okay. All right, we had a. Oh my goodness. Whoop, 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 whoop. Where are we? What is going on? Are we looking at the thing? Are we upside down? What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Look, I moved that thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Go down there. Okay. I got launched so far I couldn't find out where I was on the map. Okay. All right. Let's change that back to 120. All right. We're having fun.
We just said, as you can see, is upwards, okay? As you can see now, we get a better way, but it's still not too good. So let's put in the Z maybe like 2,000, honestly. You might want to.
Oh, he wants to see 2,000. All right, let's not go crazy. 2,000. Okay, compile. Show me what you got.
To add like more of a push over here. Let's see.
There we go.
Wow, that's too much, as you can see.
Still too much.
So yeah, I mean, it's really up to you what you put in here, but it's really just playing with the values, right? So I'm just playing with the values real time. As you can see, we're getting a pretty good, kind of number. Let's put in like, 850 over here, and keep playing with the values until 100. And 50 over here, and keep playing with the values until we get what we want. And that looked
better. Okay. That looks right. That looks good. That feels right, especially for the art style and everything we should be doing. Blink. Okay. All right. Very good.
It's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. So we, you know, get pushed away. So you can go ahead and play around with the.
Yeah, this guy is very informative. He's got. I'm impressed with what he's got so far. I'm sure when I get stuck, I can join his Discord server and get answers to my questions. But we're gonna see how far we can get before we get there.
You know, knockbacks, but the cool thing is that we can make this a variable, so it's easy to edit. So you just right click, promote to variable, and this will be the frontal knockback. Compile, make sure that it's set to 80.
How did he do that?
The cool thing is that we can make this a variable, so it's easy to edit. So you just right click, promote to variable, and this will be the front.
Right click what?
So it's easy to edit. So you just right click,
Promote to variable. Okay.
to variable, and this will be the frontal knockback. Compile, make sure that it's set to 80,
Yep.
50, and then right click and split the struct, so we have
Right click and what?
compile, make sure that it's set to 80, 50, and then right click and split the struct.
Split struct pin. Okay.
So we have everything as individual pins, and then right click, promote to variable, and this will be the upwards, you know, knockback. There we go. And I did not write that property. There we go. Cool. And make sure this set also to 500. Okay, so now it's easy to edit also from any other part of the code, which is pretty nice. And that's it. Easy to edit also property. There we go. There we go. And I did not write that property. There. There we go. Cool. And make sure this set also to 500.
That doesn't have a default value. Complete the blueprint. What do you mean complete the blueprint?
You know, not promote to and then right click and split the struct, so we have everything as individual pins, and then right click, promote to variable, and
Right click, promote variable. Okay. New variable
this will be
is
the upwards, you know, knockback.
okay, so rename. Oh, there is an upwards knockback. Okay, so let's delete that. Is it set?
There we go. And I did not write that property. There we go. Cool. And make sure this set also to 500.
There's no, like... Please compile the blueprint. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Warning, that's wrong. Okay. So it shouldn't be set. So it should be promote to variable. Okay, let's delete this one. Let's rename this one. Okay. Please compile. So compile. Okay, so I have to compile it before I can set. That's what was throwing me off. I did not see that. Okay.
Okay, so now it's easy to edit also from any other part of the code, which is pretty nice. And that's it. That's really
Okay, and what that does is now I can just come in here and change this value instead of having to dig through all this stuff. All right.
how we have our enemy AI. Let's set the debug type to none. That way we don't see those ugly lines. And we can simply go ahead and, you know, push the player, and it's looking really cool. Now the enemy AI is
do what? You turn those off. Turn
that
off
way we
those
don't
lines?
see those ugly lines.
What? You missed me.
The other part of the code, which is pretty nice. And that's it. That's really how we have our enemy AI. Let's set the debug type to none.
Okay, so set the debug type to none. He's so fast when he does that. So sphere trace, debug type to none. Okay, and that is going to make it to where those lines don't show up. Okay, see, yeah. Now it's just game. Boom. See if I can get him to swing on me in a... Oh. I couldn't get him to... Oh, okay, you can add a little... Yep, there we go. He knocked me back in the middle of a jump. Come on. There we go. There it is. He hit me while I was in the middle of a jump. Okay, that's cool.
That way we don't see those ugly lines, and we can simply go ahead and, you know, push the player, and it's looking really cool. Now the enemy AI is...
I'm actually going to turn that back on because I want to see that. We'll worry about turning it off later. Okay.
Is kind of stupid right now because he's, you know, attacking with an invisible weapon. And also you might notice one little thing, which is that we're actually pushing the player before he swings his axe. So we're gonna make a little notification of it.
See, I called that earlier. I knew we'd get into that because you get bumped right away, and not at the apex of the swing. So I was like, I hope we get around to fixing that. And he's like, yep, we're gonna do it. Okay.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the villager animations attack montage. I'm gonna change the notify to...
Man, jeez. All right, cool. Let's take. I haven't had lunch yet. Let's do this. We've been going for a while. We've almost 5 hours, and we need to take a break. So I'm gonna take an hour lunch break, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. So that means at the top of the hour at 4, it'll be 15 minutes, it'll be 3 p.m. and then in an hour after that it'll be 4 p.m. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, I'm just gonna take a break. I'm gonna get some lunch. I'm gonna relax, and then we will. I just got to take a break. I'm losing my focus. I got to eat something, and then after I eat something, I get my brain power back. After a break, we're gonna keep diving into this. So let me move all this down here. There we go. Okay, cool. I really appreciate you folks coming and hanging out with me. I'm really enjoying learning this. I hope to see you when we start in a little over an hour. I hope to see you then. Take it easy.